Good evening.
And
It is Wednesday, August 12th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. This is the Greenfield Public Schools School Committee meeting, regular school committee meeting for the month of August. It's being held fully remotely in accordance with your mask.
Lee was such a
Just as no one knows how concerts feel.
good job to do that.
I'm meeting those
Everyone is
people.
muted. I need everyone to be muted again.
I think you're okay, Mamie.
You're muted now, Amy, as well.
Good job to do that.
Meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. Member Johnson, Musad, please, can you do a roll call?
Absolutely. Member Karen?
Here.
Member Hollins?
Here.
Thank you.
Let's see. Might have gotten mine. I forgot Member Ekstrom. Chair Prayati?
Here.
Sorry, I'm going out of order, recording secretary. Sorry.
Okay. You can do that. You can do that. You can help her. Just can't take it from her.
I'm gonna start the roll call over again. I apologize. Member Karen?
Oh, go ahead.
Here.
Member Ekstrom? Member Hollins?
Here.
Member Johnson Musa, that's me. I'm here. Chair Proietti?
Here.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Member Wall?
Here.
Mayor Wiedegardner?
Here.
We have a call.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you very
Susan
much.
Farber, just confirming that Member Ekstrom is not present.
It was.
Thank you.
They're not present or not able to speak.
I'm pretty sure she'll be joining us, but I didn't hear her, so we'll say not present yet. Okay, at this time, what we'd like to do is move into public comment, and the way we're going to try to do it is start with people who are on the line and don't have the ability to type their interest in speaking into the chat. We're going to start with folks first who basically have dialed into the meeting and can't use the chat function. We're going to do it in an orderly fashion to ask people to announce themselves, and we'll move through the list like that. When you speak, you'll have a maximum of 3 minutes. Try to do it is start. I can hear myself in the background. Can we get that person muted?
Quick question. My son wants to know how to use it.
It's been like.
You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You'll need to start with your name and the town that you live in, and you will be timed by Member Johnson Musad. Let's have the first person who wishes to speak. Anyone, speak up. You might have to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll do another call for that after we've done folks who are typing into the chat their wish to speak. Member Johnson Musad, can you give us the first one, please?
The name of the first person who would like to speak?
Yes, please.
Margaret Betts.
Margaret Betts, are you on the line and able to speak?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Thank you. Can you tell us again your name and the town that you live in, and then you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Margaret Betts, and I live here in Greenfield. And I was formerly a member of the school committee for 2.5 years, approximately 5 years ago. I also speak as a teacher on the show because I
Margaret, I'm going to ask you to hold on for a
am a teacher in
second.
East Hampton Public School.
We can't hear what you're saying. There's a lot of interference on the line. We need to get everyone else muted. Give me just a second, okay? Mayor, can you mute everybody? And then the school committee and Margaret can go ahead and unmute themselves.
I did it.
Ready, you go ahead.
Okay, does this work?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you
Thank
hear?
you. Yes.
Okay, good. My name is Margaret Betts. I live in Greenfield. I'm a teacher in East Hampton as well. I was on the school committee for approximately 2.5 years, about 5 years ago, and I am here to speak about sort of what it feels like is the duty of the school committee and encourage you to continue to stand firm in your remote plan. I know that there's currently pushback, and I know and the Department of Education have come out in favor of going back with some very limited metrics that don't seem to apply to anything other than schools. But as a teacher,
Happened to Miss Betts.
Margaret, it does look like you've frozen up, and we're going to ask you to pause for a second, okay? I think what would help us, I appreciate everyone's patience. I know this is frustrating to get a slow start. If folks on the line are able to turn off video, that would probably help us. I've turned my video off, especially if you know your video is unstable. Let's just try to get the audio so we can hear at least what people are saying. I would really appreciate that. We are doing our best to manage this, and I appreciate everyone's patience. Mayor, it looks like everyone is muted. And Ms. Betts, that includes you. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, and we're going to try again. Yep, it looks
okay,
like you're ready to go. And I would like you to start from the beginning again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your patience. I've left my video off because I think that might help as well. So I served on the school committee about 5 years ago for 2.5 years, and I am also a teacher, and I'm a teacher in East Hampton, and the East Hampton School Committee recently voted for a remote-only start to school, and has some benchmarks that they may or may not be able to meet for hybrid learning. And I am so grateful to them, both as someone who was a former school committee member. I know how hard that vote is because so many families are looking to the schools to provide support for their students. But at the same time, the duty of the school committee is for safety first. And I think about the scariest time I ever had as a school committee member was thinking about what to do in the case of a threat to the schools. And the threats we used to have were school shootings, and those still are threats that we may have in the future. And the school committee had to really weigh those issues. And we now have another threat, and this threat is something we can't see or touch or smell, and we've never had encountered with it before. And the police don't know how to handle it, and the fire department doesn't know how to handle it. And I think the only safe option right now is a remote-only beginning. We have seen how the starts in the southern schools have been so poor, and I think that it one of the reasons we feel so safe in Massachusetts is because we have abided by the rules. And I think that we need to continue to stay firm on a remote start, just like Northampton, just like East Hampton, because it's for the safety of the children and the staff. And the staff should not have to be afraid to go to work. I worry about having to shut down schools. But thank you so much for listening to the safety concerns and having a remote start. And I just encourage you to stay firm on that remote start and really consider it for all learners, even those that DESE deems as necessary to start sooner, because in the end, like, our safety is more important than anything else. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Johnson Musad, do you have the next person who wishes to speak?
Wargaftic.
Was that Susan Wargaftic? Is that what you said?
It just says Wargaftic. I assume it's Susan.
Okay. Susan, are you on the line?
Yes, just a second. Let me, whoops, I lost you.
We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Susan Wargaftic. I live at 45 Forest Avenue in Greenfield. I know that many of you are here to talk about opening the schools and the issue of COVID-19, but I'd also like to deal with another issue that is also a part of the schools. I'm not a parent of a child at the Greenfield schools, but I am an active and concerned member of this community. And Greenfield is gradually becoming much more diverse and has a city and is becoming a city with people of many backgrounds, ethnicities, and races. And although long a largely white community, we've not been immune from the insults and injuries that are caused by racism and other discrimination. Recognition and acceptance of this new diverse reality and the equity that is central to it does not usually come from people my age. It comes from the young. And as this new diversity often takes a long time to be acknowledged within the larger community, it's up to us within our civic institutions to build it. And we need to start that now. And this is, when we talk about the pandemics, we're talking about several, including COVID-19, but also including the issue of racism in our country. One way to do that is to allocate the funds that have been designated for the school resource officer to efforts that support the development of racial equity within our schools. Programs like the Stand Up program of community action give young people an opportunity to learn together and participate in anti-racist education and develop and support among themselves. Such a peer education can last a lifetime, and it can set the tone for the entire community. We need to commit ourselves to developing true equity for all the members of our community by investing in anti-racist and equity-based education for our young people now. And I urge you to allocate the funds that are formally designated for the school resource officer to programming that engages young people in developing an understanding of the development of racial equity. Thank you very much.
It looks like Karen Malley would like to speak.
That's the last name, but if you recognize your name, go ahead and speak up. You have 3 minutes.
I'm an ELL teacher at Federal Street School. I also
Can you hold on for 1 second? We
Sure.
didn't catch your name. Can you say it again?
My name is Karen Malley. Malley.
Is it Malley?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm an ELL teacher at Federal Street School, and I also support starting out remotely. The issue that I want to speak to is one part of the remote proposal is that ELL students as a vulnerable population would be having in-person instruction, as far as I know, in the school building. I've discussed this with my other ELL colleagues, and Janice Sokop wrote a letter to the school committee supporting this. It's really unclear to us how this would be managed. As ELL teachers, we are in charge of providing explicit language instruction to the students on a pull-out basis, that is, pulling them out from their mainstream classrooms. but we are not the only educators who teach them. They're also a part of the mainstream classroom. So it's unclear how, if we as the ELL teachers are expected to be in the building with a very small group of students ranging in grades, in my case, from K to 4, how will those students also be English? ELL stands for English language learners. How will our students also be included in the remote classroom curriculum and activities, in the remote classroom activities of their own mainstream classrooms? I think it would be, if this is the way that they're envisioning it, the state, I believe this came from the state, it seems like it would be a very lonely and kind of scary, stressful experience for our children to be alone in the school building, on top of everything else I've said about just exactly how we would manage it. It just doesn't seem tenable. There are people on chat who are saying they can't hear anything, so I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, we can hear you. They may be
Okay.
having problems with their computers.
We can absolutely hear you. Thank you. Just keep going.
Okay, so I mean, that's basically my thesis statement is, if they do have specifics worked out for how this would work, we can't, it's really hard for us to imagine what they might be, considering the model, the pullout model that we use, and the need of our students to be included in their mainstream classrooms as well. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Sure.
Member
Michael
Johnson
Susstick?
Musad. Go ahead. Who is it?
Michael Susstick?
Mr. Susstick.
Yeah, Mr. Susstick. Hold on. Hello, everybody. Thank you again for hosting and doing all of this hard work. And thank you to the school committee members who I emailed earlier today and already got back to me with really thoughtful responses. I feel like I have about 1 million things to say, and I know I have 3 minutes to say them in. My first thing is, I think I am seeking some clarity in the. Sorry?
Going. That was just someone who wasn't muted. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I guess I've been looking at the schedules for what school will look or could look like with a remote plan, and I'm just seeking some clarity on a number of things. In the AEL schedule, there is a nice yellow highlighted thing that says times to be determined at discretion of teacher, working with family schedules. That's not on the elementary or any other aged schedule, and I'm wondering if that was accidentally omitted or if that's not actually happening. I would really push for some teacher and family flexibility and autonomy in creating a schedule to make sure it can work for the maximum amount of people for everybody. I would also, as a kindergarten teacher, say as an early childhood educator, this model just seems completely just impossible. And I would ask that we would consider making kindergarten closer to the AEL model. That was the schedule I looked at that felt like maybe it was a little bit more realistic. Because as I was looking at the schedule, it looked like there were potentially 6 times that people would have to log in to do chat, synchronous video. And we can see here with a number of adults how hard it is to get something started. If we're really considering 5 days a week or 4 days and 1/2 day, where we're multiple times a day asking kids to be logging in, are we really going to be successful? And for all the parents out there and listening, I really want them to realize that, especially in the early grades, any time that it says on the schedule that is for synchronous learning, and then when there's time that we're not on the phone, there's going to be a lot of responsibility for parents and families. I understand that parents are thinking, the teachers are going to teach, it's not going to be like last spring, but kindergarten is just a different animal. Early education is just, it's a different thing. They can't read or write. We can't give them an assignment to, think about and produce thoughts on their own. So I really, want everyone to really think and realize how, if we're agreeing to this plan of 6 logins a day, that, families have to be ready. They're going to have to be there with their kids, logging them in and sitting with them to mute, to unmute, to help answer questions, to wait their turn, to show me their work, and all of these other things. So, the flexibility and autonomy to really understand what's being asked of parents through all this, to think about more of an early childhood model for kindergarten, just a little more clarity around the schedule are all things that I've been thinking a lot about. So thank you for considering my thoughts.
Pete Brown.
Thank you. I'm Pete Brown. I live at 24 James Street here in Greenfield. I have 2 kids in the Greenfield Public Schools. I have read through the plan, the Remote Plus Learning Plan. My initial thought was that I don't like it. My second and probably more important thought was that I dislike it less than any of our other options. And I think that I don't like online learning. Not a big fan of educational technology in general. But I think that what we all have in our heads about what in-person learning looks like is just not possible in the midst of a global pandemic that has been not well managed in general in this country. So I appreciate all of the planning and thought that has gone into this plan. And of the bad options that we have, I think it is the least bad that I have seen. That said, I do have a lot of questions about it, and I think there are a ton of details that need to be worked out, at the risk of stating the obvious. I think there are, I liked, sorry, Mr. Sustick, but I like the structure and the schedules that I saw in there. But I think I would hope that we can stick to something like that, not necessarily those specific timelines, but I would not want to find us 3 weeks into it and that is all broken down because it's unworkable. I hope someone is thinking about the fact that the Chromebooks we've given out basically can't support back-to-back Google Meets. As I was saying to someone yesterday, I've had to throw about 15 of those same Chromebooks in the garbage at work because they are unusable for Google Meet. I hope that teachers will be given the time and the resources to adapt their curriculum to online delivery and virtual delivery because it is not the same, again, at the risk of stating the obvious, as in-person delivery. I could go on and on. I'm obviously not looking for answers here. I assume and I hope that the structure and process is in place to work through those and to respond as those issues come up. So that all said, I think it's the least bad option. I would urge the committee to support this plan. I know there's been new guidance out from the state today. That's nice, but I don't see anything there that should change our what we're deciding here tonight. So I think we in Greenfield need to do what we need to do and go forward with that. I will also throw in at the end that I fully support the comment earlier about reallocating SRO funding to diversity training and resources there. I think that's a great idea and we should do it. That's it. Thank you. And thanks for all your work.
Ashley Wynn.
Member Johnson-Musad, I'm going to step in for 1 minute here. This is the chair, and I need to really remind folks that public meetings require a bit of decorum, and we are in an unusual circumstance in that we're doing this remotely because there was an emergency law passed to allow this to happen remotely. If we were in a public session, in a public forum, in person, commentary while people are speaking would absolutely not be allowed. I want to encourage people to refrain as much as possible from doing that in the chat. The chat is not being responded to. by the school committee and will not be taken into consideration as a part of the meeting. And I need people to understand that. And it's very important that the folks managing the chat for the school committee can identify people who wish to speak. So trafficking the chat box with a lot of other commentary is counter to what we need to do and are required to do by law. So I appreciate everyone accommodating that for us to make sure the meeting runs as smoothly as possible. And Member Johnson-Musad, please go ahead and call the next person to comment.
Ashley Wynn.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that reminder, Chairperson. I needed that reminder as well. I wanted to send a big thank you to the great group for the continued time and energy fleshing out the Remote Plus model and just envisioning the different ways that it could work for our students. And a big thank you to the school committee for sheer tireless work helping us plan for and implement this evolving plan. It's really clear that you all are putting the health and safety of our students and the broader school community first, and that is deeply, deeply appreciated. I've had a chance to read over the plan. I should state that, so my name is Ashley Wynn. I am a teacher at Greenfield Middle School. I currently live in Leverett, but I was born and raised in Greenfield and graduated in 2005. From GHS. So I read over the plan. I just had a couple of questions to kind of build on what Mr. Sustick already touched on. But I was also wondering about attendance. So I'm seeing that the plan that the attendance would be taken during morning meeting or advisory. And I'm wondering about the individual classes throughout the day. The sample schedules show pretty long stretches of class time, and I'm wondering what flexibility staff and students will have for using that class time. Would students and staff be expected to engage in traditional classroom style lessons for that amount of time online every day? Or for some days, for instance, could I assign, some independent projects or some work that I can mail home, and then students could maybe pop in for shorter periods? And then get some more one-on-one or smaller group instruction. It would be great to be able to plan for some creative uses of that time, but we would need to have a very clear understanding of what will be expected of student participation and attendance within those class blocks so teachers can plan around that. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the outdoor in-person meetings mentioned on page 25. It would be really good to know what kinds of resources we would have for setting up those meetings to reduce the number of people gathered all at once. In the past, they've been really big, awesome events, but we might need to be a little more planful about that. And, just trying to figure out how we would stay physically distanced and so on. I'm also wondering if there would be online options for those types of meet and greets for anyone who would feel more comfortable with that option. And just finally, I just wanted to, as a teacher and a parent, just voice my support for all the parents out there, knowing how difficult it is. Whether parenting is the full-time job and then some, and then how difficult it is to work on top of that. It's really hard. And I think we just have to keep letting our government officials know that we need more funding to be able to run remote learning well and take the steps to make necessary improvements to the infrastructure so that we can eventually start phasing in-person instruction safely. And as a teacher, I look forward to connecting with more parents about ways we can support them throughout this whole process. Just thanks again to everyone for putting health and safety first.
Thank you, Ashley.
Amy, we have a comment in the chat that people on the phone may not have been able to unmute themselves. I guess my request would be, I wonder if Superintendent Harper or Mayor Wiedegardner might be able to research how they go about doing that. And then once we're done with the public comment from people on the platform, we might be able to try that again.
It looks like I have the opportunity to unmute them, but they have to, and they don't know whether they're caller 10
Correct.
or caller 19.
That's correct. So
wait, what happens is when they speak, So it blinks, it highlights. So I just have to. I don't know that works, but
Well,
it might.
let's see if we
You
can
have
identify a way. There's likely a way on their keypad of their phone that they can unmute themselves.
star 6.
I don't
Okay.
know if you, Mayor Rita Gardner or Superintendent Harper, have access to the documentation for this platform and can give people instructions on how to do that.
Yep, and we'll go ahead with the rest of the public comment through chat, and then we'll circle back to anyone who was planning to make one by phone and was unable to announce themselves.
Yeah, I would encourage them to use the star 6, however.
Star 6 function, we can try that. Well, let's go ahead
Yeah.
with the list we already have, and we'll go back to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Jamie?
Do we have a last name?
I just see Jaimye.
Can you
Is
hear
there
me?
Jamie that?
Yes, I can
Yes, go
hear you
ahead,
now.
please. You have 3 minutes. Please
Hi.
let us know
Thank
your
you.
full name and your town.
My name is Jamie Bartek. I am from Greenfield. I'm driving, so I'm going to try to do this multitasking. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to comment and for all the great comments that have been made, and to the school committee for all your hard work. I was pleased to see the structure in the remote plan, so that was good. But however, in light of the very low case numbers in Greenfield and surrounding communities, I think there's been less than 10 in Greenfield in the last 3 weeks, and most surrounding communities have none. I wanted to request that the school committee reconsider its plan to go remote, because if we can't have at least a hybrid model when the numbers are this low, then when are our kids ever going to be back in school? What are the metrics that we're going to be using? We can't wait. I don't believe we can wait until it's eradicated in 2 years to begin educating our kids again. I really believe we need to reframe the way that we view COVID, because it's going to be a risk that we have to live with for the next couple of years. It's not something that's just going to go away, but we can't just sequester our kids that entire time. I don't really consider remote education for my first grader to be a real education. I think it was necessary in the spring, and I think it should be something that is a tool that's used as a tool of last resort. But since the risk of COVID is not going away anytime soon, and Massachusetts has managed its cases very well, we're not Georgia, we're not Texas. I think we need to learn and manage and adapt and live with COVID. We know more about the virus now. We know masks are effective. We don't have large community spread here. This is a rural area. So why can't Greenfield consider doing more, at the very least, more outdoor learning, put up tents, something? I just feel like if Frontier and Union 38 can at least attempt to go hybrid, why can't Greenfield? If Vermont, 20 minutes away with basically the same numbers, feels safe enough to go to person in school in person, why can't Greenfield at least try a hybrid option with more in-person instruction? Because remote instruction for a first grader, that's not an education. I think that the last thing is maybe it will cost more money to put the equipment in and the PPE that will be necessary to do that in-person instruction. But I think you also have to consider the long-term costs of families like us, and we'd hate to do this, but that might have to go to another district or another school so our kid can get an education. Our daughter is an only child. Social and emotional growth is critical in first grade, and when the numbers this low, I don't know what else we could ask for unless we're going to wait until it's eradicated completely, and that's just not acceptable. Thank you very much for all your hard work, and I appreciate your service on the committee.
This is Susan Barber, recording secretary. Jamie, I didn't hear your last name.
Oh, her last name
sorry.
is Bartak.
Bartak, yep.
Is that right? Bartak?
Yep. Thank you.
And you live in Greenfield, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Glenn, let's go ahead with the next person.
Sarah Fergalak?
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Sarah Fergalak. I live in Northampton, and I am a third grade teacher at Four Corners. Again, I want to also thank you for everything you've done. I know you have a lot of hard choices ahead of you, but I want to pick up on what Pete Brown was mentioning about our technology. I think it's obvious that we're going to have some level of online learning at some point, no matter what happens. And we really need, from the teacher's end, we need better technology. I was using my personal computer in the beginning and it stopped working. So I was lucky I had access to a Chromebook, but it's slow and kids are fast. So getting that mute button in if something's going on is very slow. Just teaching in general is really difficult. I also had trouble getting videos from various places and uploading them. So I think we need really quality, reliable, user-friendly equipment to make this successful and to make sure that we can do the best we can with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see a couple comments in the chat, which are people stating that they would like to ask questions. This isn't a question time. This is a public comment time. So is there anyone else on the platform who would like to make public comment? Okay. Should we see if anyone wants to try unmuting themselves?
Let's open the floodgates on that one. So yes, please be patient with us. Who's that? Go ahead.
Karen Malley again. I just wondered if I could make a couple of comments on behalf of some parents I've spoken with recently.
I'm sorry, Karen, we have already given you your opportunity to speak. You cannot speak on behalf of someone else. We need to move on. People need to be present in public comment in order to make their comments.
The problem is that these are Spanish-speaking parents, and this forum is not accessible to them.
Okay. And do you have these comments verbatim that you're going to read, or how are you going to present this information?
Would you prefer that I present them verbatim? I have.
Well, what I would prefer is for the committee, to actually get it by email in writing, and that's fine if it comes from you or another person who's more comfortable with putting it in English.
Okay.
We could also probably get translation. Yeah, the superintendent's nodding her head. We
have translation services available to assist with that, and we would be happy to take that public comment by email.
Okay.
And the other thing that I would offer, Karen, is you can find my school committee email address on the committee page of the Greenfield Public Schools website, and you can get in contact with me directly that way, and I'd be happy to spend some time by phone if we can get a translator, and we can do it that way. But I'm happy to take that comment. It's hard to do it in this forum and have the integrity of the meeting the way that we are required to present it.
I understand. It's just that the parents have not had access to information. They do not know what the people on this forum know about the remote.
Okay. I hear that loud and clear, and I will work with the superintendent to work with you directly on that. Okay? Okay, great. Thank you so much. And let's move on to the next person, please.
Anyone on the phone able to unmute themselves? Of course, we won't know if you aren't able to. Chair Prayati, I'd like to offer, if people want to email me or text me, we might be able to, if they're having technical difficulties on the phone, we might be able to get their public comment later in the meeting.
Sure.
So
I'm fine with that. We can actually do reports, and then we can try another round of public comment if necessary. We need to be flexible. I'm totally willing to do that.
Yeah, so why don't I ask people to email me if you're on the phone and you're hoping to make public comment. I'll pull up my school committee email address here. glejoh1@gpsk12.org. So that's glejoh1@gpsk12.org. I'll keep an eye on email and try to work out a way for you to make your comments.
Thank you, Member Johnson-Musad. Okay, so let me regroup here. We've temporarily, I think, moved out of public comment. We're going to do our committee reports if you're following along on the agenda. The first is the chair's report. And I'm going to try to keep this kind of short because we do have a long meeting tonight. But there are a couple of things I want to touch on. The first is related to how public meetings are run in government. And I'm not here to lecture anyone or critique any of how this has all unfolded. Many of us are learning all new things about how to manage ourselves and how to manage our participation in the world at a time where everything seems to be turned upside down. We have very little leeway as a school committee in how we can actually take your comments, how we can work with the public directly or indirectly, and as well as the pieces of the schools that we can actually have an impact on in terms of school committee. And I just want to make sure that people understand that we're required to follow a certain format. And whenever we come to a point in a meeting where especially when the meeting is well attended, like the past few have been for the school committee, I like to make a point to walk through why we're doing things in a certain way, so that people don't feel left out and you can feel more comfortable being a part of the process. Because as I've said many, many times before, and I mean this absolutely sincerely, is your comments do matter to us. Your feedback is critical to us, regardless of who you're representing in the community, even if it's just you yourself, or if it's your whole family, or you're a teacher or other employee in the district. All of that all of that feedback is relevant and important. We cannot do this without sticking together as a community. The next thing I want to touch on is I'm probably going to get heated, and I have to remember that when I get heated, that's when the recorder picks up on it and the press picks up on it. So I'm just going to try to say this very, very calmly. I hear over and over again, if this district can do this, why can't Greenfield do it? If this district can have a hybrid start, why can't Greenfield? And I want to be very, very clear about why we are in a unique position. Number one, all of the other districts in Franklin County, all of the other school districts are regional school districts, and their funding is entirely different than how a municipal district like Greenfield, which just serves one community, one city, is funded. And why can't Greenfield is very simply answered by, we absolutely cannot afford right now any other option than a remote start. We began our process for this year's budget in March and April, knowing that we had to start by cutting $2 million, almost $1.8 million, from what we already understood to be needed to run the schools. And that was our starting point. Then we had a pandemic hit, and that has made our costs skyrocket. And we do not have groups of towns paying into the system to help with those costs. We just have what we can get from the state in our formulaic funding and what we have from the city. And the realities of the city are not any different than the realities of the school district. And it's really important that people understand that we right now have no option we can afford except a remote and possibly remote plus start for our district. That is the reality that we're in. The other thing I want to explain very clearly is, if that to you is outrageous, just like it is to me, it is outrageous. The person to complain to is not me or another school committee member or the superintendent. Your elected officials at the federal and state level are the folks who need to hear that feedback. We have not received any funding to assist us with the costs of running the district. Or a better way to put it is, we could spend everything now, and then we wouldn't be able to afford next year. That's pretty much how you can look at it. And that is the reality. So I would love to not be taking my personal accrued vacation time in order to take care of my kids every week. I would love to have to stop doing that. But right now, we don't have a way to start any other way than my kid sitting at home with me reading his activities and his classwork to him. That is the reality that we are in. And I want people to understand that very clearly. And that is as heated as I am going to get, I hope, this evening. And I really want folks to understand what we're doing at these meetings. So the thing I will leave you with is when and if you have questions about why we do things a certain way or what we're doing in terms of the remote learning, I hope you'll reach out to us. And the important thing to understand is that many times if you reach out to a school committee member, they're going to redirect you back to the school that your child attends or a school principal or the superintendent, because our activities as a school committee are very well defined and they are not necessarily about what happens in the curriculum or in the classroom. So it's also really important you understand we're here to assist you to get the resources that you need, and we want to hear from you when you have feedback for us. But our job is not necessarily to be at the granular level of a classroom teacher. And so we have to work all together to make sure that questions and feedback and all of that get to the right people. And I'm going to stop there. I probably talked too long. I want to acknowledge everyone who's participating tonight, and then I want to move into the superintendent's report.
So thank you to the chair. I'd like to start by first making sure everybody can hear me. And second, thank you, Member Johnson Musad for the thumbs up, and Mayor, thank you. I really want to just acknowledge the incredible complexity of this situation. The sheer number of people participating is a good sign and also a sign of how complicated it is. I don't know, I lost track of the comments as I've been taking notes. I think we're at, 15 or so, and many in the public chat and in the previous meetings and in the emails to the committee and in certainly the emails to the GREAT committee. The GREAT committee has an email address, which is great@gpsk12.org. If you wanted to share a comment and you didn't get a chance tonight, please understand that this group will continue meeting. And if you want to share feedback to that committee in particular, you're welcome to continue to do so. The participation itself is a good sign and also necessary to understand all the different needs, how to ensure translation, how to ensure special education services, but also to reflect the needs of the parents in the community and the real struggles that people are facing, and the needs of the teachers, who in many cases are also parents, and not just teachers, but custodians and admin assistants and instructional assistants and everybody else, transportation folks, cafeteria folks. I just need to say, there are some people that are turning in tonight that haven't been part of previous school committee meetings. So there might be questions that you have that have been covered in previous meetings. First, I want to say we're really making an effort to make materials accessible. If you haven't read what's on the website, gpsk12.org, go to the right-hand side, click on school committee, and go down to the date of the meeting. The materials are quite in-depth, and you may find that your question is answered there. As I see questions pop up in the chat, I recognize that a lot of people are busy with their lives and busy handling the challenges that this pandemic has thrown at them, and you may not be aware of all of the information. But as we work to present answers tonight, please understand that we can't possibly cover in detail in a public meeting the level of detail that we're working to plan. And to all the teachers participating, I want to say very clearly that you have an avenue available to you both through the union and through the professional development that the district will be offering. So many of you are on summer vacation and you tuned in tonight because this is so important, and I appreciate that. And we want you to know that we are working with educators in the district, with parents in the community. But these documents are primarily for the community, for parents, for everyone to understand what the proposal is. And having said that, we have to go very in depth to understand how to do this well, because it changes everything about how we do school. If this model is selected by the school committee, it means a big change. But if we went in person, it would also mean a big change. because in person today would look nothing like it did in February or March before we closed. And hybrid is obviously a totally different game. So you all need to understand that there is tremendous work. I'm personally putting in 15-hour days most of the time. This committee has been working very hard, and you all are absolutely spot on with your questions and comments. But please understand, we're simply giving the overview tonight and in our meetings, and the good detailed questions absolutely must be answered. It's just challenging. We lose people if we go into the weeds too much. So we're trying to help provide the overview and answer questions while still planning for all those particulars that are so essential. They always say the devil's in the details. Of course, of course. So we want you to know, if you're a family member, a caregiver at home, we want you to know that we're thinking about what does it mean for a student of a particular age to have this experience, whether it's in person or hybrid or remote. And if you're an educator, we're trying to think, what does it mean for your contract? What does it mean for your skill set? What does it mean for your technology? So I thank you for raising them. As the chair said, the feedback is really important as we shape our plans. And if you haven't read the actual documentation, I think the plan itself right now is around 25 pages just on the remote plus part to provide some extra detail that was requested by this committee. And that's why we focused on that particular plan in tonight's materials. But we have spent time fleshing out the in-person, the hybrid, and the remote options each. That is what is required of us by the Department of Education. I'd also just like to comment about the press information and the information from the commissioner and the governor. Many of you have noticed the new metrics that were shared that help a community understand its transmission and its risk level. We take this information very seriously because it helps give a point in time snapshot of what a community looks like. But the materials are also very clear that they must be taken in context. If it were the case that a community could decide if it was in person, remote, or hybrid by one color-coded chart, trust me that we would have decided that a long time ago. The reality is that working with the Board of Health, DPH, and with the feasibility in each unique community is a very complicated task. I honestly wish to God that it were not. It would be so much simpler. But it is things as complicated as, do we have enough staffing to run the particular model that we think is best for our students? Or are there too many staff with a medical leave to make that even feasible? So another huge one is just transportation. We know that it would easily cost more than $1 million simply to provide busing with no other changes based on the physical distancing guidelines. So the cost to the local community is a huge factor. And having said all of that, as a parent myself, I can just echo the sentiment that everyone has said. This is not easy, and it feels very clear to me that there is no solution that is going to work for everyone. And I want you to know that almost all of us on that team are up every night because there's no good answer. And the truth is, we do need to be clear about the needs, the challenges, the stressors on working parents, the stressors on teachers adapting their whole practice, the stressors on frontline workers that are now, having to balance so many other things. And all I want to say to you is, we hear you. This is not done lightly. I've heard people say, oh, they don't care about X, Y, Z. They just do what the teachers want, or they don't care about us teachers. They only do what the parents want, or they don't care about public health data. They're just making it up. And I'm just going to say again, the group that has been working on this has been tremendous and has dedicated thousands of volunteer hours. I want to thank the Board of Health, our medical professionals, our nurse leaders, the city liaisons, our legislative representatives, the many, many teachers and staff that are helping, IAs. There's no perfect answer, but please understand we care about kids first and foremost, and we're trying to think about what, at the end of the day, is best for our students. We do believe that keeping a safe, physically safe environment is essential, and mental and emotional supports are also essential. And you'll hear throughout the plan tonight that if the committee selects a remote learning plan, that the district's proposal is to then add as many in-person opportunities for students to connect, to have social connections with peers, to have trusted relationships with caring adults as is possible. And that depends on a very long, complicated list of things, which includes the HVAC, the ability to make sure the buildings are safe, having staffing, getting children to and from those environments. So again, I'm just going to keep saying, please know, in my career, this is, what am I? This is July. So I'm in this is my 7th year in Greenfield. And today's my birthday. And I'm celebrating with all of you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I'm celebrating with all of you.
We're now in August.
Right. So in July, it became my 7th year. And what I mean is, I've never seen anything like this. And my colleagues all across the state have never seen anything like it. And many educators I know are thinking, wow, this isn't what I signed up for. And many parents are thinking, that's not what I thought schools were. We know. All I can tell you.
I wonder if any school committee members are saying that's not what they signed up for.
You can't get out of it now, Chair.
Nope. I mean, well, I would offer, I mean, if anyone wants to recall me, there is a process for recalling my election. And it's out there if anyone wants to help me out. No, I'm joking. That's a joke. That's totally a joke. Superintendent Harper, were you done? You're muted. So yeah. Are you done?
I'll yield my time.
No, please, if you have more to say, go ahead. Okay, so we have subcommittee reports at this point. I'm wondering if Member Ekstrom has anything to report from Budget Subcommittee.
She just texted that she has been with us the whole time, although we haven't yet heard her voice.
Yes.
I don't see her on the list.
She's called in because she's
she's
on
one
the
of the
Cape.
callers.
Yeah.
One of the callers.
Member Ekstrom, do you have a report?
I do have a comment from someone that was emailed in.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to assume there's no subcommittee report from budget. There is, I don't know if there's minutes already available from that meeting, which was last Friday, but we certainly have the recording, which can be made available to you if you want to enjoy it.
Could someone else report on the meeting? Because I did listen to the meeting and there were several motions to recommend things to the school committee tonight.
I think we got to get Member Ekstrom's audio figured out because she's apparently on the meeting but unable to speak.
That's correct. She just texted me that very colorfully. I am not prepared.
Get that off your ear so I can speak.
The problem is if I unmute all, which then allows the call-in users to be unmuted, you just heard what the issue is. It's all the background noise.
Yep.
We could ask callers to please hang up at this point and watch on GCTV or some other mode.
Well, I think let's just try to move on and we'll get a budget subcommittee report later. And I'm certain that Member Hollins can get her questions answered directly from Member Ekstrom. She's working on trying to get everything figured out, is what she just texted me. So let's move into the new business and
actually,
item
would you
A.
like the comment from the person who emailed me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Johnson-Sod. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. It's from someone who apparently works in Greenfield. I don't know what their home address is.
Do you have a name?
Victor Almeida, Almeida.
Okay.
Hi, I'm listening to the meeting. The link is not working for me, so thank you for sharing the email. I think we should definitely some kind of in-person plan. And also I would like to ask for how long are we going to do remote learning for, and what is the plan on how to go back? That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we have done our best, as far as you know, Member Johnson-Musad, to accommodate the public comment. We're going to move now into new business. And item A, the fall 2020 reopening plans and remote learning presentation. This is going to be the superintendent and I believe
Susan's there. There is Susan.
Hi, kids. Can you hear me now?
Oh, Member Ekstrom, we can
you
hear
hear
you
me
now. Yep. Would you like to give a budget subcommittee report? Is that why you've that way you've rejoined us with bigger and better?
Yes, that is why. Otherwise, I'm just going to go back to my phone and not talk.
That's
So, during the budget committee meeting, we talked about 20. We tried to take a look at 20 as well as 21, and we also discussed. This is sort of busy work, but we had talked about the recommending to the full committee are using only Munis reports in the future. I realize no one is interested in hearing about that, except if you're on the school committee. And how much busy work that would take away from anyone who is having to maintain those reports. Andy assured me and the full budget committee that we are able to tweak those to whatever level we need them to be. And so that is something that we are interested in talking about. I don't know if we want to talk about it here. Again, it's busy work. And I also just want to respond a little bit to what Amy had to say regarding trying to go back to school in the fall in full in person. We can't afford that. We can barely. The state doesn't. Our Chapter 70 funding isn't enough that it would allow us to be able to do that. It isn't. It's not. Chapter 70 funding isn't enough to allow us to actually hold school the way it should be held to educate the students in the city of Greenfield. So our only options right now are truly going remote completely or doing a hybrid option. That's truly all there is. 21 we're taking a look at, but it's really a guessing game of, is it going to be, the state isn't announcing their budget until October. Are we going to get more funding? Are we going to get less funding? We have no idea. So it really is a hurry up and wait process. Amy, can you think of anything? Did I miss any salient points?
I think of something.
Sure, Susan, go ahead.
Thank you for sending me the meeting. There was a motion to ask the school committee to come up with a different take a look at a budget model for the preschool and to consider a reduced tuition according to a new model. There was a big discussion on early childhood.
Yes, there was, and we're actually going to get into that a little bit later on our agenda from what I can see.
That is item B on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why I didn't bring it up.
Okay.
It's about
Amy,
the budget
anything?
subcommittee report. I think that was a good summary.
May I ask a question?
Who is that?
I think it was Susan.
It's me, Katie.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
Katie, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Member Karen, please.
I just want to clarify something that Susan Ekstrom just said, that that we absolutely cannot afford a remote plan. We could, I'm sorry, a fully oh man, that's going to go bad. A fully in-person plan. We can only at this moment afford a remote or hybrid plan. And before this blows up into, she said we can do it, so why aren't we doing it? Can you talk more about the realities of if we can actually afford a hybrid plan, since we don't have the state budget and we don't know for sure when that will be coming? And even I believe with the hybrid plan, busing the students is still an extra $1.5 million alone.
Right.
I just want to be clear so that we don't, I hear families, they want to go back. I also hear that we shouldn't destroy a local budget further, and as Amy's mentioned earlier, not be able to go to school at all next year because we have no money.
Right.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. That's all.
Truthfully, I don't know how it is that we will be able to absorb the costs, shall I say, rather than afford a hybrid program or platform or whatever it is we want to call it. However, we don't know that until we start. It's dependent upon how many parents actually send their children back to school, how many people are willing to do their driving for their student to get to school. Transportation is a huge cost. If we went fully back to school, it would be $2.5 million, and I actually think that's a low estimate. We would have to buy 3 additional yellow buses. I haven't seen a cost on those, but one can only imagine. We're going to have to be very careful and very conscious and make smart money decisions related to everything that we do.
I appreciate the question so much, Member Karen. And I just, because you asked that question, I also wanted to jump in and Member Ekstrom, can you give us like a 2-sentence summary for people who might not understand what's Chapter 70?
Chapter 70 funding is the amount of funds that the state gives to a school district, town, regional, whatever it is, to fund the schools. They sort of allot X number per student, and that's a really shorthand version, but that's basically what it breaks down to.
Okay, thanks.
This is Katie again. I have one more question.
Shoot.
I started listening to the budget meeting the other day, and it was following a 2.5 at least hour great team meeting. So my brain faded out and I had to get off. But did you get a chance to look at bringing back, I think this may be on our topic for later, so that can skip, about the RIFT employees, but also did you talk at all about the employees that we would need to bring back if we were to open hybrid? I think it was a half-time nurse at every school. It was like kind of a long list.
We did. We had a quick discussion because the superintendent wasn't necessarily ready to give us a list of we need this, that, and the other thing that was a sort of finalized list. And so we actually asked her to bring that forward to us this evening.
To talk about a chunk of that in agenda item C, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the school committee for budget subcommittee?
I have a question related to budget. I don't know if it's
let's try it.
I was just looking at a line item for parking. It was, I think this is the middle school parking lot that we rent from the Blessed Sacrament Church.
Right.
And it was $10,800 in fiscal year 20 and $22,297 for fiscal year 21. Is that an appropriate thing to ask about now?
Why don't you ask and let's see?
Well, just is that is an increase due to their, I mean, I think we have less space and less convenient space now, but it looks like the cost of it has more than doubled. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right.
We actually signed a new agreement with them. I think it was in January. And so we are having to pay them based on that new agreement.
Yeah, it looks like at a time when they're doing major construction and adding a lot of square footage to their facility, they're also charging the public schools more than twice the amount for parking that's actually different from what we used to get. So I just thought that was worth noting.
I think it is, Member Johnson-Musad, and there is, of course, a lot of background on that whole situation, which I would be happy to fill you in on. But I would say that most of it is not appropriate for public session right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else for budget subcommittee?
I have a question also, Sue Hollins.
Member Hollins, go ahead.
The issue of using only Munis spreadsheets, it was a motion that was made by Jean Wall to come to the school committee. So my question is, since it was a motion, will we have an opportunity to discuss that?
I don't, okay. Why don't you go ahead and discuss it now? Go. What is it that you need to talk about?
It's not on the agenda, though.
It isn't on the. It is not on the agenda. I'm curious about. This is more of an administrative thing. This has really nothing to do with how we manage the school committee.
It has everything to do with how we manage the budget. I'm sorry.
It actually doesn't. Why don't you know what? Why don't we have actually that discussion? I'm trying to think of an appropriate place to have it, but it is not right now.
Okay. Well, what I was asking is about the motion to recommend that to the school committee. So
we're
it's only
we're in the middle of identifying what to do in just a few weeks with the beginning of the school year. And this piece is just not something we need to spend time on in public comment or in public session right now. I'd like to move on and we can discuss it at another time.
Chair?
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
On the agenda, the third item is FY20 and 21 budget, item C.
Yep.
And it may be appropriate to have a discussion about how FY20 and 21 budget are reported in that item.
Let's try it out there. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm not trying to be difficult about it. I just want to make sure we discuss it in an organized way that people can follow. And I don't think having it right now is the appropriate way to have that discussion. Any other questions about the budget subcommittee? All right, so we're going to move into the new business. Wow, it feels like we did that 20 minutes ago, doesn't it? Let's try again. Let's try moving into new business. The 2020 reopening plan and the remote learning presentation. Superintendent Harper and whoever your cast of characters is, go ahead.
All right, so we have the presentation up. It's also in the packet, so if you are for any reason having trouble with your video or you are listening only to the audio portion, you can look on the gpsk12.org website. Again, go to the right-hand side, click on School Committee at the top, and scroll down to August 12th. You'll find this presentation with, I think, only tiny, minor edits that have to do with updating dates or typos or that kind of thing. There's a number of folks from the GREAT team that are presenting with us tonight. I'm going to do some of the presenting just to sort of ease the burden on them, but this is a collective effort and 25 or 30 or so folks putting this information together. And the presentation, again, is a summary of the more detailed plan documents that are also on the website. So there may be things not covered in this presentation that are in those documents, which are also publicly available. And Lauren is going to ably click through to the next slide. Next slide, please. All right, this timeline should look familiar. It was presented in our previous July 30th presentation. And the idea here is just to give you a sense of actually how compressed this timeline has been. The initial fall reopening guidance from the state came out June 25th. The official first meeting of the GREAT team was the next day, June 26th. We've met 2 or 3 times a week since then, plus subcommittee meetings. And you can kind of see that we didn't continue to update on the left-hand side all of the guidance coming from the state, but you can see that on June 25th, when we started our task, it wasn't like all the information was available to us. It has continued to be unfolding. It wasn't until down at the end of July that we even got facilities guidance. And so that means that some of the work that was really pivotal wasn't able to be realized in full detail until later. What's not on here is that in the last couple of days, we've gotten new metrics from the state. A few days before that, we got a list of approved HVAC vendors. A few days before that, the timeline was changed. So that previously the documents were due on August 10th, now they're due on the 14th. So that's actually a good change, but there's been a number of changes. So throughout that, the team has continued to try to make sense of what it is that is being asked of us and the changing guidance along with changing public health data, and to put that together in a comprehensive team with parents and public health officials and our nurse leader and teachers, and to make sense of what is the best recommendation to move forward for you all. So tonight we're going to talk, next slide, please. Tonight we're going to revisit some specific plans, but we're also going to talk a little bit about all the plans. Keep in mind that our plans that are due to the state are going to reflect all of the required plans. They will include an in-person model following the state required 3-foot distancing guidelines. This would be only possible if enough students selected remote learning to really reduce the demand on the schools, we would, in this model, provide 4 days per week of schooling, Monday through Thursday. On Fridays, we would do deep cleaning, teacher collaboration, and student feedback. We would work to group students into cohorts. Again, this model would be most challenging unless enough students opted to stay home entirely, leaving us with enough students left in the building that we could physically space them. At the high school level, there was not a way to form cohorts in order to reduce the transmission, so they would follow a modified course schedule. That was the first proposal that we brought forward. The second proposal was a hybrid model. Under the hybrid model, because there are fewer students in the building at any time, you can use greater physical distancing between students. So we would follow the 6-foot distancing guideline wherever possible, but not in all classrooms. I think at the high school, we found out that there would be at least 30 classes that couldn't follow 6-foot distancing, even in a hybrid model, and they would need to be 3 feet apart. It reduces most class occupancy by 50%, but not in all cases. Under a hybrid model, students would only attend 2 days per week and in person, and they would have remote instruction 3 days per week. High needs learners, meaning students who are in a substantially separate special education classroom, or English learners, could attend in person additional days based on need and working with a pupil services office. The next model is remote learning. And we'd like to be clear that this model is required. No matter what model we chose, we were required to develop a remote learning model. And we want to because many families requested that even if we attended in person or hybrid, that we please offer a remote learning model based on their unique circumstances or medical concerns. So we work to make the remote learning model very different than what happened in the spring, which was an emergency closure. And we are meeting the new guidance, and we've really learned a lot from what families said. I don't think anybody said, you know what, right out of the gate, everybody got that right. I think far from it. And we really heard from people, and we're trying to incorporate that into something that will work much better if this model is selected, or for those families who are asking for it, no matter what the committee opts for. So for all those reasons, we have spent a lot of time developing a strong remote learning model. This will include live instruction every day, some pre-recorded video instruction. For example, if you couldn't attend a live session, you might want to watch a pre-recorded video. Some project-based assignments. Not all remote learning needs to be on a screen. You could be engaged in a project, particularly in science or social studies, and some additional content. Students will be graded, and daily attendance is expected as appropriate for each level. That will look different how that's taken, but students are expected to attend. And in the Remote Plus model, essentially the platform, the baseline for everyone is remote learning, but then we combine that with an additional in-person services. So we exceed the requirement for meeting everyone's remote learning needs by putting more intensive services for high need students. And then we're also looking in this proposal for lots of creative ways that aren't at all required by the Department of Ed or anybody else, just because we think that they could serve students well. And these could include tutoring sessions. It could include signing up for supervised study sessions that we can space out adequately. And it's important to know that even in the remote or remote plus models, that we will offer school lunch for all students on the grab and go model. Next slide, please. So talking a little bit about remote learning. I've spoken about some of these things, but they're very important. So I'm going to repeat a few and go through the rest. First, Greenfield Public Schools remote learning will be taught by qualified Greenfield Public Schools teachers. This is really important. In some districts, remote learning is a purchased or canned curriculum. And the GREAT team evaluated several platforms. The state released many models that were available through the state bid at a lesser price. The cheapest option that we evaluated, if we purchased it, would be about $450,000 for all students to have access to for remote learning. and it provides essentially pre-recorded information that students can participate in using a platform that has that service. You can think of it as being like Khan Academy with some additional supports in it, but not taught by a live teacher. I'm getting a lot of feedback, so I'm going to hope that goes away and that you all can hear me clearly. If it's a problem, please let me know in the chat or through the chair. Again, we're trying to incorporate lessons learned and feedback, live instruction for all students daily, using Google Meet, which was a platform that families provided positive feedback on once we got it up and running. It worked well. Structured schedules, which you heard many people comment on at the beginning. Daily attendance. For younger students, morning meeting every day, which would be live, and for middle or high school students, advisory. Graded work, frequent feedback. In the spring, the Department of Ed essentially directed us to make it pass-fail, and we know for a lot of people that some students sort of checked out with the pass-fail process, and we want to provide more meaningful feedback. Importantly, it meets time and learning requirements. So as people look at these schedules, some of them think, oof, that's a long time to be learning every day. There are requirements for how long in Massachusetts you must be engaged in learning on the state standards in order to certify that students are meeting the state standards for a particular grade level. In this particular school year, we've reduced our days already from 180 to 170, and we have to meet guidelines for that based on that. We've added a number of new resources. So some people said in the chat earlier, this is really difficult for a younger student to access. I can't do 6 Google Meets a day. Well, first of all, we haven't said anybody's doing 6 Google Meets a day. And second of all, we want to make it easier for you. We understand, as a parent of a younger child, if I was helping a student access the classroom, obviously a younger child can't do that independently. So we're looking for ways to meet families where they are. Seesaw is an app that specifically the district has purchased in anticipation of any students going to a remote model, whether the school committee selects this or not, geared towards pre-K to second grade students and families to make it a little more easy for independent use of that content. School supplies will be supplied to everyone. One of the complaints and concerns that we heard is that we were asking students to do activities and something maybe simple like, please take out a pencil and a piece of paper and do this assignment or a mathematics problem. And we were hearing that students didn't have a sharpened pencil and didn't have paper at home. And this really talks about equity and access. And the reality of the situation for many of our students is that this is an actual daily struggle for them. So we decided that if there was a chance of the district going remote at any point in the year, we would invest in school supplies for all Greenfield Public Schools families. If you don't need this and you want to donate it to another family or back to the school, that's fine. We'll make good use of those supplies. But we want to make sure that this is not a barrier for students. And school meals will continue to be served. Next slide, please. I'm going to ask our lead nurse to jump in here with a comment regarding the public health data. Pam, are you, can you hear us okay? If she's unable to comment, I can proceed with this slide. So
Hi, are you waiting for me? Sorry.
Go ahead, please, Pam.
Thank you. This is Pam Owen. I'm the lead school nurse for Greenfield. I just wanted to comment on how we've just received new information in the last 24 hours from the State Department of Education that is to help us begin the process of viewing our phased reopening based on public health metrics. I think we've all had that in mind. It's obvious that that's been going on, but this is a more routinized approach to that. And these metric measures they measure the rate of COVID positive cases per 100,000 by town or cities across the state. It's predicated on a very tight relationship between the Board of Health and the Greenfield Public Schools in order to interpret our local public health data in the context of state data and longitudinal data. Our local testing capacity is lacking in accessibility to test a broader spectrum of people, especially those that are asymptomatic. And this informs the kind of data that we get, and we necessarily need to interpret based on what we're able to test in order to derive prevalence numbers. The aim of these color-coded metrics is to simplify the approach to COVID risk in reopening schools. But it's not simply, if you're green, you go to school. And in reality, it's incredibly complex. It fluctuates by 7-week cycle, seven-day cycles. It's multifaceted, and it's a profile of risk and health in our community that we don't take lightly, and it's going to be a deep dive learning curve for us in order to interpret the data systematically and with a great deal of circumspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next slide, please. So I'm going to ask Stephanie Parker is going to speak a little bit about what a schedule would look like at the Academy of Early Learning.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. So my name is Steph Parker. I've been a member of the Great Committee this summer, and also I'm a teacher at AEL. Over the past 2 weeks, the Preschool Great Team has developed what we believe to be a developmentally appropriate, engaging schedule to be used for remote teaching and learning at the preschool level. We have balanced live instruction with offline learning, giving ample opportunities for teachers to have face-to-face meetings with students and caregivers, as well as time spent off screen doing what preschoolers do best, learning through play and experiences. I'll explain what each block of time will entail as we look at the sample schedules. And in order to streamline the explanation, I'll speak about both the full day and half day models, which are on 2 separate slides. Okay, so for both the full day and half day programs, each day will begin with a morning meeting. This will be conducted via Google Meet. We envision this time looking like circle time with greetings, songs, calendar, weather, and outlining our plans for the day. After morning meeting, full day students will be provided with a movement activity or a story. Movement activities may include an activity from Go Noodle, school moves, or teacher created activities. This time may be utilized for using pre-recorded activities, such as links to developmentally appropriate activities or teacher provided recommendations. During this time, half-day students will be participating in a special. Specials might include music, art, mindfulness, physical education, or a special guest reader. At 9 a.m., all students will be provided with live instruction, which again will be taking place via Google Meet, and will include instruction from resources such as our Opening of the World of Learning curriculum, and Tears, Litterland, and Second Step. We will be using the Seesaw platform for remote learning. This time will be structured with teacher-led mini lessons, including engagement throughout the activity, similar to that of what in-person group time looks like during a typical school day. This time may also be used to teach the student and caregivers the activity they will complete later in the day, using materials provided by the teachers and district. Teachers have also discussed options to provide parent training in using all materials. After live instruction, students will be allotted time for snack, which can be offered live in order to promote social engagement. After snack, the full day classes will attend specials, like I said before, live or pre-recorded music, art, PE, mindfulness, or a guest reader. And half day and students will engage in the pre-recorded activities. Full day students participate in pre-recorded activities after specials. These might include instruction for the Put On Your Owl Eyes outdoor science curriculum, instructions for completing work sent home in the biweekly packets, or curricular and theme-based art and hands-on learning activities. Daily recess will be included in the routine each day. and instructional assistants may provide ideas for games and activities. Also included for both full day and half day programs are theme-based and instructional material packets sent home bi-weekly, from which half day students will complete 1 activity a day and full day students will complete 2 each day. Both programs will wrap up with a live closing circle to come together one last time. And full day students will then have lunch, which can also be another time for social engagement before moving on to complete their at-home activities. Activities completed at home can be uploaded through Seesaw, email, or other means and shared with teachers and IAs for feedback. In the afternoon, teachers will provide feedback at least 3 times weekly, hold weekly office hours, and participate in collaboration, IEP meetings, and check-ins with administrators. The team truly believes that this proposed remote learning schedule balances live instruction with offline, hands-on active learning opportunities, keeping in mind time spent on learning requirements. We believe we have balanced screen time with engaging hands-on materials, understanding that our youngest learners should not be participating in too much screen time, but more through play and hands-on learning, just as if we were at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steph. Next slide will be presented by Eric Stone at Newton School.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Right on. My name is Eric Stone. I teach at Newton School. I've been there for about 11 years. I first want to echo Superintendent Harper's comments that there are no good options. We all know what we want, and unfortunately, this is what we got. Having said that, to be clear, what Greenfield Public Schools had to do in the spring was more crisis response than true remote teaching. The plan, as being presented now, is more cohesive and structured. As you can see in this proposed sample schedule, a student's day could begin at 8:35 with morning meeting. If approved, students would be expected to log on to live interaction with their teachers starting at 8:35. Starting at 9. A lesson would be presented by the teacher in either ELA or math. In this sample, active in-person instruction could run about 20 minutes. Students would then work independently or in small groups, meeting with their teacher in breakout sessions to be determined by the teacher. 10:30 is a screen break and movement time, as we know that time away from screens is important. At 10:45, again, in this scenario, students would log back onto a Google Meet for another live lesson from the teacher. Again, after a 20-minute or so live lesson, breakout sessions will be developed as students work independently or in small groups. 12:15, 12:45 is lunch for students and staff. At 12:45, students would log back on to Google Meet for a short debrief of the morning and read aloud. This is important. It's a way to build in social emotional skills, literacy, promote real-time connections and relationships. It's an important part of teachers' work to do not just academics, but also address the mental health and emotional concerns of our kids. And part of what we heard students missed most in the spring was a live connection with a trusted adult. 1:15 to 2 right now is slated for science and social studies, again, combining live in-person lessons with independent work and small group breakout sessions. We are looking for as many ways to incorporate project-based learning in science and social studies as possible. Not all learning will need to be done live in front of a screen. At 2 o'clock, students will participate in a lesson with special teachers. We know the arts are very important. And at 2:45, students at the elementary level reconvene with their classroom teacher for a closing meeting that will focus on what they accomplished and how they felt about the day and lay the groundwork for the next day. Because we're a responsive classroom district, this is a very important part of the routine, and again, helps us check in and adjust what we're doing and make changes for our families and students if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next slide will be presented by Principal Lynn Dole.
Good evening. I want to echo those who come before me in noting that there's patterns in all of the schedules at each grade level, allowing for students to start their day, in the case of the middle school, with an advisory at 8:45, and that's a consistent group experience every morning to launch the day, and the social emotional learning and community building that's so important to our advisory experience would be part of that. Students would then go to class 1 And that could be either ELA, math, social studies or science, or a unified art. And we have a very rich unified arts program at Greenfield Middle School. So this schedule with 4 class periods allows for the unified arts to be a fully experienced option within each student's day. After the advisory in the first class of the day, there'd be a movement break, and then going into second period class, then lunch, then class 3, which again could be, as I said, we'd cycle through math, ELA, social studies or science, and a unified art, and then a movement break, and finally the last class of the day. As you saw in the elementary model, it allows for some time on Wednesdays for teacher collaboration and additional outreach connections with families. Within each class period, there would be some structured learning time, typically at the beginning of the class period, and then some time for small group work, for individual work as the teacher determines should be done. I feel like this schedule allows for flexibility in the different, but it also makes sure that the connections that have been so important to our students through our advisory program are present every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Dole. Principal Patnode is going to talk to us about the high school schedule.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. First and foremost, can you hear me? Excellent. I just want to take note with the high school schedule, the later start for high school. One of the numerous feedback comments we received from parents and from staff in the spring was that our students do not get up early and start early in remote. So we delayed the start time to hopefully increase engagement and attendance. We also added a daily advisory where each Unit A member would have 10 to 11 students where they would meet each morning and have that daily check-in and address social and emotional curriculum under Character Strong possibly, and really just touch base with our students, have that trusted adult that those 10 to 11 students could connect with each morning, and make sure that they're good to go for the day and have what they need. High school students take 7 classes, so you'll see the rotation of 7 periods. We also rotated the 7 periods in the hopes to increase attendance so that classes would be offered at different times during the day and really address the needs of the students. You'll see that each period starts with a half hour of synchronous learning time with live instruction from staff. And I think that consistency and continuity in the schedule will really help kids focus and become more organized in developing a solid school day and keeping on task and engaging. And we're going to require attendance at the beginning of every period so that we can really track if students are with us or not. You'll see Fridays at 1:20, we have some extra help time, one-to-one or small group follow-up that teachers can do. It's also a time where they can connect via email with parents or caregivers. And we've also added a morning time per grade where families could connect with administration, and we'll also be considering a nighttime option for those folks that can't connect with us in the morning, just so that we can address the needs of families as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Patnode. So just a couple of themes that ran through there, really focusing on breaking down instruction to 2 different components. One, including a live component, but also breaking into smaller groups. Google Meet will be releasing breakout rooms coming shortly, and there's a number of new educator controls and features that I think have really reflected the learning that has happened.
Superintendent Harper, it looks like you froze. If anyone else from the great team is able to continue, I'm not sure if there's more of the presentation here until the superintendent is back with us. Go ahead and step up if you know what's next.
I nominate Katie.
I was going to say, member Karen, do you have any idea what might be next in the schedule here?
I mean, yes, I do. So this next section is talking about how at our last meeting we all talked about that we are leaning towards a remote plan with a goal of phasing in as many of our children in our district as possible where was safe and all that. So it talks about that right now we're in the pre-planning and safety assessment category. Jordana, if you get back on, interrupt me at any time.
I will let you know when I see her come back on.
Phase 1 would be strict remote learning. That's what we're talking about in this plan, that we would start September, I think we're aiming for September 17th at the moment, with a fully wonderful remote learning plan. It would help all of us get our feet on the ground, the teachers to understand exactly what works, what doesn't, how to reach the students, because the reality is we are required to offer a remote plan no matter what, and it is entirely possible that any moment we will need to drop to a fully remote plan. So it's extremely important for our entire district, for our entire community, that the remote plan be very, very well thought out. And it's important to start it strong. The next step would be to get our high needs learners in-person learning. That could look in lots of different ways. We heard from some ELL teachers that were saying, I don't understand how this could work. One of the things that could work in that type of a situation would be that the ELL learner is in a supervised classroom doing the remote learning with supervision at a building and then being pulled out still for their out services in that way. It has a lot of ways it could look. That's just an example. Then phase 3 would be to start in with these elements and Greenfield STEAM's program. And then phase 4 would be to early essentials. And, hopefully there would be more phases. I could take the next slide, Lauren. Thank you. So this sort of talks a little bit more about this. Remote Plus services provide additional in-person support that helps students succeed during remote learning plan. The DESE has provided our guidance on how to prioritize these in-person services. Daily advisories, small groups, and office hours were all really important when we were making this plan. We talked over and over about how to make sure parents were able to track whether or not their children were engaged in completing assignments, and how to make it easy for parents, I should say easy for educators to communicate with the families about how that's done. You heard from Steph that at least 3 times a week, AEL will be providing feedback to its families. At the elementary school level, that may look different. At the middle school and high school, it's a guarantee, I don't really love that word, but to be updating Power School, if that's the route that we've decided to go, on certain days. So parents don't have to search through. As a parent of 4, it was very difficult for me often to find each of those categories of where my kid had completed work from. Between the 4 of them, I think there was close to 25 teachers. So that was difficult. We really thought about how to make that happen. We really wanted to take a gradually phased in approach for a lot of reasons, but while the numbers look great for Greenfield right now, we have learned over and over that 30 days is when the numbers matter. So 30 days ago, is what we're looking at in those numbers right now. 30 days from now, we're going to see colleges slowly coming back. We're going to see people stopping vacation. We're going to see other districts going back. So that important information to slowly phase in to give us time to make sure we're being safe. These are all things I said the last time, but it's important to hear again so that people understand that we really did look at every single option to make as much in-person learning possible. All these services are subject to staffing based on conditions of buildings and public health and are optional to families. Just because we're offering your child with an IEP additional in-person services does not mean you need to go. It means that you can if you need it. Remote plus learnings, including additional services, high needs support, the streams team, elements, and early essentials. Phase 2 is the high needs learners. These are prioritized to the Department of Pupil Services according to criteria. It's really important to understand that these are criteria that need to be met. It's not just up for whoever we decided was a good fit. It has very specific criteria that we've been given to follow. These are students in substantially separate ed classrooms, they're beginning English learners, and other high risk at needs learners. Then we're talking about Elements program. This is for our K-4 students. It offers additional in-person services and screen-free social interaction. Families can select some of these options. Again, this is all, the world's going though exactly the way we wanted it to. The money is coming where we thought it would, and we're able to move forward. You can choose options to supplement your child's experience. So small group extra help, choice of weekly in-person specials, outdoor read-alouds. Perhaps it's a supervised playground activity for 45 minutes so that you can run to the grocery store or you can attend that really important Google meeting, whatever those options are. And then some counseling sessions, because over and over we're hearing remote learning fails my child mental health. And we want to make sure that everybody has access to our guidance counselors. And if that's held on a Google live stream or if held in person, we want to make sure that we have that. If we do select this plan, a survey would be sent out to gauge family response. Then we've got the Streams program. This is for our older children. It's dedicated to a limited number of GMS and GHS students. These students participate in the learning plan in a supervised, physically distant setting at the school. So imagine that your child shows up with their Chromebook and their headphones, and they're accessing their remote classroom. They're just in spaces that we are able to separate in cafeterias so that we can get the clear 6-foot guidance. And there's a staff member there, or multiple staff members, depending on how that's all playing out, to supervise them, to answer the questions, to help them make sure they're getting to their Google Meets on time, all of that stuff. Sessions would be the full length of the day, and lunch, movement, and mask breaks would be provided. Again, if we select the survey, we would send it out to the families to gauge response. And we also reserve the right really to prioritize based on DESE criteria, because that is over and over how we've been told to handle that. We're working on another program we're calling the Early Essentials Program. This is designed for early grade students whose parents and guardians are considered essential workers. Students are supervised cohort groups of up to 10. And it's that same idea. Your child comes in with a Chromebook, they do the work, they're supervised, they're in a safe place, they're socially distant, they're wearing masks, they're doing the cleaning protocols, but they're out of the home so that the families that need to be, hopefully as many as we can, based on DESE criteria first and then working up, would be able to get some support for their children's learning. This is all of these plans are under the assumption we have enough staff who are able to be in person to get this done. We have enough staff that we've been able to hire back or added to our list based on money. We would include some outdoor play and screen-free projects in that time. It's all, these are all wonderful goals. I think I'm good with that slide, Lauren. Thank you. GPS recognizes the needs of families to have flexibility and choice. It's important. We all have different needs. We all have different ways of coping at this time. So it's really important that we keep remote learning an option to all families, even if we're able to offer in-service. I'm outside, sorry for the truck noise. Students and families will be assigned a dedicated teacher. So it's your Greenfield teacher. You may or may not have been assigned one in the spring. It is your teacher. It is not a state-supported teacher. It's not a computer program. It is your teacher, and they will be having check-ins. They will be emailing. You'll be able to email them. Students will have access to district remote learning platforms as well as any other remote learning curriculum materials, even if you choose the Roma option, and we have opted to go some sort of in-level class, in-person class. Mental health counseling and support via telehealth and in-person will be options. We are always thinking about how best to serve our community and how best to keep our community safe. And that doesn't just mean not getting COVID or any of that. It means making sure that our families and our children and our community is mentally handling the stress that they're going through at the time. So the next steps of this is a school committee vote. Then we need to submit all of these 3 plans to DESE. We need to get our professional development days going. We need to continue to ready the facilities, complete the assessments and HVAC, complete the improvements that we have been working on. We are trying desperately to get all of the materials we needed. We've been working on it since school went out. It's not, oh, we waited till we heard from the governor what we're supposed to do. No, this has been happening this whole time. I know it's hard. We maybe didn't communicate often enough what we were doing. I know that it's hard when you don't hear, but this stuff is happening. We're applying for grants. Every dollar that we can get to get us going is what we are doing. And we really have a really important part of this is considered by the great team over and over was that we need to have family and student meetings before the year begins. That means some way to orientation with your kids and their teacher, if we can figure out a way to do it outside safely in small groups, if it means getting families Google Classroom teachings, like everybody logs in and me, the uneducated person who finally managed to figure out how to use Google Classroom, teaches it to you from the layperson's point of view as a way to work it out. We get the people who know what they're doing in there too, but it's important that we teach everybody how to use all of these tools, how to access all of the tools, and how to get the kids in there as well. All right, I think that's it. Is Jordana back yet?
She is back.
Although, Katie, you did so well. Maybe
nobody wanted to
I should
interrupt
find
you.
the least reliable internet provider I can find, Katie.
Yeah, thanks.
Member Karen, you did amazing. I want to acknowledge you weren't prepared, weren't necessarily expecting that would happen, but you were obviously prepared, and so I appreciate you stepping in like that.
Oh, thank you.
So let's go ahead with questions from school committee members about what was just presented. You may need to unmute yourself.
I have a question.
Member Johnson-Musad, go ahead.
My question is for Principal Padnod about the high school schedule. It made me think about, guess I'm not surprised to hear that the students needed to maybe start a little bit later than you had planned. Because I think there's research that shows that teens in particular thrive when they get to sleep longer, and often it's a wicked problem because of bus schedules and sports schedules to allow them to learn later in the day. So I was just curious whether whether the online experience creates an opportunity to perhaps have them even start later in the day, and whether that was considered. I don't know what the research points to as far as what the optimal time is for teenagers to start learning in the morning.
Glenn, I've read a lot as well, and I think if we keep with the 9:30 for class time, I think we'll be very effective. What we found in the spring was kids are night owls. They were emailing teachers or doing assignments, sometimes at midnight, sometimes at 3 in the morning. And we hoped with this schedule that solidifying some expectations as to when they need to be present and engaged would give them more of a schedule and a pattern where they could develop better sleep patterns and know that they're supposed to be quote unquote in school even though it's remote, and really get back on a schedule instead of kind of how inconsistent it was in the spring. So that's really what we're hoping for. The great GHS team members, we thought 9:30 was doable, and having that advisory period before that would allow for some communications by staff. So say your 10 students haven't shown up to advisory, you could could start shooting out some emails or, making some connections and really getting them rise and shine by that point to get them engaged in their first class by 9:30. So, there's definitely, I think, a later start time people might advocate for if we were in person. But like you said, with busing and athletics, it sometimes conflicts with that as well. But we're hoping remote for the start, that this later time really gets them engaged and on track and on schedule.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Other questions from the school committee?
Can you hear me?
Member Ekstrom, go ahead.
Yay! So I guess my question is, what if someone is unable to attend class at that time? Is it that the class is being recorded, or can they go back to it in the future if there's some point that they want to look at? That's it.
I can speak to this. We've spoken about making alternative ways of, I think my video's off. We've spoken about making alternative ways of accessing information available if a student can't attend it. I'll use the classic example. If a student were in person and had to go to a dentist appointment, you'd miss some course content and you'd need to do something to make that up. And you might have to do some of the additional work that the class covered, and you might need to check in with, another peer in the class or stay after and talk with the teacher. So we expect that that will happen from time to time, and we want to make that accessible to students. Again, these are things that need to be worked out in collaboration with the teachers' unions, because we can't impose working conditions without negotiating it. So we have a lot of ideas about how this could happen. Certainly you could record the lesson and make a recording available, but we have to work out specifically what that would look like because of student privacy. And we know we want to keep the live instruction as much as possible. And we also know that there will be families that have challenges attending for a particular reason, but we are working on that attendance requirement.
Thanks, Superintendent Harper. Member Hollins, I'm assuming you're unmuted because you'd like to speak. I will call on you after I call on Member Wall, but I need you to mute yourself at this point because we're getting a lot of feedback from your microphone. Member Ekstrom, did you say you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I just,
go ahead.
So following on that, is it that live instruction is teachers and students being able to interact online together and being able to see or not see each other based on sort of, like here I am. Right now you can see me, but I could turn my camera off and I could still be participating in the class, theoretically, as long as everything was working. Is that sort of what you're envisioning would be a class?
Yes, again, a lot of the presenters talked about the idea of a mini lesson, an overview, where the teacher is actually delivering some content and doing that live. And then in the small groups or the individual check-ins, having it much more about a conversation. So you can imagine, I'm not saying everyone will do it this way, but if you imagine, all right, today I'm going to introduce a concept, and I spend 15 or 20 minutes talking about delivering, using visuals, and putting a multimedia presentation together, right? Not just me talking about it, but this presentation of the course content. And that could be recorded. And then I could work in small groups and talk with students and make sure that we're extending the material, that we're reaching them at their level, and that we're supporting them. So if a student missed the class, they could easily access the recording at the beginning. Would be simple to record and share without violating other students' privacy as well, if that makes sense to you. Whereas the rest of it might not be recorded because it's more about individual feedback from students.
Member Ekstrom, are you good with that question? I'm going to assume that's a yes. I saw Member Wall, I believe, trying to speak, and then Member Hollins.
I just wondered, for the students' time in school, how will you keep up with that on this remote platform? It seems to me like it's pretty hard to keep up with who's where and whether they're paying attention, etc.
I think that teachers are experts in this. This is what teachers are good at, among other things. And you know, to some extent, we have to put some trust and responsibility in our students. And to some extent, we need to ask families for support with this. So I want to be careful that we're not saying that families are responsible for monitoring their students, but we would need to hear from a family if they're saying, hey, listen, this isn't working for my family. I would appreciate that that family reach out to the school so that the school can collaborate. If the teacher notices that the student is disengaged, not signing in, not present for attendance, and not covering the course material, we have systems in place to check in with that family, to reach out, and to connect them. It could be a bunch of different reasons. I won't go into all of them, but it could be that the students' IEP needs are not being fully met and the student's having a hard time. And so maybe our special ed office needs to help more. Maybe the student has everything they need, but they're not interested. That's a different situation. Maybe the student's experiencing a medical situation and a caregiver has COVID. That's obviously a different situation. So what we need are teams of people that can respond to the student situation. And we need to know that, we need students to know that our expectation is that they will participate, they will work through, they will access the supports we're giving them, and they'll continue to move through the material. And that families reach out to us if there's a concern so we can partner with them.
Member Wall, does that answer your question? Are you good?
Absolutely. It appears to me that students may have more attention under this remote learning model than they would in the actual classroom in some ways. It looks like you've got it set up brilliantly for that.
I am sure that the superintendent and the great committee are very grateful for your feedback on that. Thank you, Member Wall. Member Hollins, let's go to you.
I had a couple of questions, but first I want to thank you for all the work you've done and for the superintendent's explanation for Katie's work and everyone's work. I wanted to ask a couple questions. I'll just ask them all together. During public comment, a parent named Peter Brown commented that Chromebooks do not support back-to-back Google meetings, and I appreciate some feedback on that because it just caught my attention. And I was thinking about the part where you said that we would take attendance, and I assume attendance has something to do with grading. And I was thinking about the students who they aren't participating and they're young, and it's not really they may inherit the consequence, but it's not their particular doing that they're not attending. I think you just addressed that by people intervening, but that worries me a little bit. And I wanted to ask, because I'm particularly interested in young children, but all children getting sequential reading and math skills they need for upper grades. I think a parent of a first grader mentioned that also. And I was wondering if we will continue some kind of online tracking system for basic skills, particularly for first and second graders. Those are my questions, but thanks for all the work. And I just want to mention, I was particularly pleased to see somewhere in the presentation a mention that we have to have options and choices for parents, and that no matter what, there will be an online option. I thought that was terrific. Thank you.
You're muted, Superintendent Harper.
The administrators, tech director, and grants administrator have been working extensively on subscriptions, online platforms, assessment systems, ways to make this digital environment more responsive. So in a number of areas, we've purchased specific subscriptions that teachers have said, you know, this works really great. Working with this group of English learners, this particular software really met them where they were. Or this assessment is really going to help me hit the ground and give them right what they need. So we've been working especially in that space, and we will share the details of those approved platforms. Some of it has been depending on grant funding to the extent that we can invest in that, but we've been doing that to some extent. The Chromebooks, I made a note of myself. I have to coordinate with our tech director That's a new concern to me. It has been the recommendation consistently that we both use Chromebooks and G Suite Google products because we are a Google district. We use Gmail. These are Google Chrome devices. It's a real branding issue if Google Chromebooks don't work with Google Meet and back-to-back. So if that is the case, we will do our best to create a workaround or create breaks if that's a technical issue. So I appreciate, honestly, we appreciate everybody that's out there using things and trying them out in the real world and letting us know. We want to respond to these concerns and make them as responsive as possible. That is the technology we have. We invested in a lot more Chromebooks that are newer. As I said, the platform is anticipating many new releases of upgraded features. Things like raising your hand, canceling the background, the noise in the background, letting students choose their background, breakout rooms, so on and so forth. A lot of the features that folks have identified to be effective in virtual learning.
Thank you. Other questions from the school committee members? I just had a realization that we probably should have started this with a motion, but I'm glad actually that we're getting some of the basic questions out of the way, and we're not really having any discussion, so I'm okay with that. But for folks who are listening and trying to understand what's happening, we do follow Robert's Rules of Order, which is basically a way of organizing a meeting and making sure we move through the business of the meeting without going off on tangents, and kind of have a way to mark where we are in the meeting. Robert's Rules typically does not allow for discussion to happen without having a motion on the table. But I got excited. I knew folks would have questions, and I kind of didn't follow my own Robert's Rules. So what I'm going to do actually right at this second, and then we will go back and have as much school committee comment and discussion as we need to, is I'm going to actually ask for a motion. And I did write this one out ahead of time, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. And what's important to understand is the chair is not really charged with making motions. I'm just doing this for the clarity of the conversation. And there's a process by which if what I have moved and someone else has seconded, and we're trying to get to a point of passing it, if there is a need to change that motion, we go through that process and we change it. But for clarity of conversation and what we're talking about tonight, and to allow folks to understand what's happening, I'm going to actually read this one out and then look for a second from another school committee member. So I move the school committee adopt the remote plus option to start the 2021 academic year with a plan in place for school committee meetings scheduled every 2 weeks until such time as the GPS district is in a stable learning plan or our pandemic response is no longer required, whichever comes first. I think you can probably tell I wrote that out ahead of time because we want to cover a few things in there. And I did hear a second. I believe that was Member Hollins. Is that right?
Yes. I appreciate the meeting every 2 weeks, that we stay with it.
Were you the second, Member Hollins? Did you second the motion?
I was.
Okay,
yes.
Great. So I wanted to make sure we had that. And now we can move into discussion. Go ahead.
Repeat the motion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I absolutely will. I move the school committee adopt the remote plus option to start the 2021 academic year with a plan in place for school committee meetings scheduled every 2 weeks until such time as the district is in a stable learning plan or our pandemic response is no longer required, whichever comes first. And the second was from Member Hollins, and now we can have discussion.
I have a comment.
Please go ahead, Member Hollins.
It's really just a question for the superintendent. We're allowed as a district to request a 4-day week, and sometimes through the commissioner, sometimes that happens if there's a need to cut down on busing costs. I was just curious if we were ever to pursue that, if it would be a cost saving that would benefit the district. It's just a question.
Wait, can you all hear me?
Member Ekstrom, yes, we can hear you.
I think you should make that 2 separate motions. One being we're approving, as a result of approving, we are going to
The second motion to meet twice monthly. Is that what you're saying?
I make a motion to approve the proposed hybrid and remote learning plans. Period. Options, and then the second motion is following the approval, we will now be meeting every 2 weeks, 6 p.m.
Okay, so you want to split up?
Yeah.
And you also make a good point that we should adopt remote plus, as well as maybe we need to endorse again the other 2 plans that we're putting forward. The superintendent is nodding at me. So, okay. So let's try again on the motion. And I apologize, but I wanted to get this right, and I knew probably right out of the gate we wouldn't. So let's try again. I move the. This is more like a friendly amendment thing, but we use Robert's rules the best we can to organize. We're doing all right. Okay. I move the school committee adopt the remote plus option to start the 2021 academic year and affirm our other 2 plans for hybrid and in-person learning.
I'll second it.
And that was an extra second. Okay, and then we will strike the rest of it, and we'll come back to that as a second motion later. But let's have discussion about the plans, further discussion.
Would you clarify your motion? Did you say you'd start the year? That was the motion?
I'm sorry, I missed part of what you said. Can you say it again?
Was the motion to start the year with the remote plus?
Adopt the remote plus option. Yes.
For the start of the year or the full year?
Yes, to start the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Further discussion, because I have questions, but I want you, all the other school committee members, to go first.
Before we go too deep into discussion, I just wonder if the superintendent can affirm that that's the motion that she needs in order to submit a plan. Is there anything else that's needed in the motion?
So with that motion, I believe that's accurate and sufficient to submit our plan requirements of comprehensive plan documents. Have to include all of the plans that we've talked about. And just to reiterate, the Department of Ed is asking us to be flexible and move between plans as needed. So the reason for having multiple plans is because if conditions change, then if it became possible to move to a different plan, then that would be available to us. Sorry for the bad audio.
I am getting a notice from GCTV that they're getting errors, messages for low bandwidth issues. So I want to issue a reminder that folks have a lot of other ways that they can tune in, especially now that public comment is over. You can move to gctv.org and watch a live stream right from their website. You can use the YouTube page for GCTV. You can watch in Greenfield if you have Comcast on channel 15. And the GCTV, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch are all broadcasting the meeting live. So you have those options. We want to try and save as much bandwidth as we can. So, and Susan, Member Hollins, I need you also to ask you to mute. I'm getting a lot of feedback from you again.
Well, I had a question, but
that's fine. But you can unmute when you're ready to ask your question. So we're trying to resolve the issue of the quality of the sound and the video on the meeting. So if folks are able to watch the meeting in a different way, we encourage you to do that at this point. Okay. And now further discussion. Member Hollins, let's go to you and then we'll ask others. Go ahead.
I thought the plan was terrific, as I said. My reservation is about the preschool. From listening to the budget subcommittee meeting, it seems like it's different. It isn't K-12 education that we're looking at the model and what we can afford and who we have to serve and what the tuition is going to be. So I think that actually should be a separate discussion personally, and That's what the budget subcommittee also discussed. There's a lot of issues with what we charge and what we can afford and how we provide early childhood. That's my thought.
I have a comment.
I have one as well.
Chair Powell, you're on mute.
I'm not sure who was talking. People are talking over each other. Member Hollins, I'm wondering if you are asking for a friendly amendment to remove the AEL plan from what we're putting forward?
Well, from all the discussion about the early childhood, what the tuition will be, what we can afford, what we're spending, and the continuing discussion the budget subcommittee is making, I'm worried about including that as written right now in this motion where there's going to be continued discussion about what we should be doing. Yes, that's my concern.
Okay.
So I'll just say that Member Hollins seconded this motion. So if members have concerns about a motion and they want to make an amendment, they need to say that clearly. If you're just expressing a concern, that's okay.
I think Member Ekstrom seconded it.
Oh, Member Ekstrom. Oh, sorry about that, Member Hollins.
Nope, that's fine.
But I guess I'll just say, I mean, just so we're all have clear guideposts about what's happening in the meeting, that if members wish to make a motion or request a revision to a motion, don't just comment on it in general. Specifically request a friendly amendment to the motion and what you want the amendment to be, because we can't necessarily know that whether you're just commenting on something or whether you actually want something changed.
Thank you. That's a very, very
Thank
fair
you
point.
for that clarity. But I will say I listened to the whole budget subcommittee meeting, and I'd like to then request a friendly amendment that the early childhood not be part of this approval because of all the concerns that are going to be discussed as we continue forward.
I believe it was my motion. Is that right?
Yes, it was. Yep.
I'm absolutely uncomfortable, to be totally honest, with making that sort of change. I would like, actually, before I can't accept that. That's way too much of the upsetting the apple cart, so to speak, of what we're trying to do moving forward. I think we have some opportunity to, as we do move forward with everything else, to tweak and maneuver to make an AEL plan possible. So I'm not comfortable with accepting that amendment at this point. I would ask for, let's move on for other comments and questions for the great team and the superintendent.
I have a comment and observation. Roxanne.
Please, Mayor Wiedegardner, go ahead.
I agree that the remote plus plan is definitely the lesser of many evils, commented on by some of the parents as well as Susan Hollins. I do think it's a good plan. I am concerned overall, and I understand that there are complications in attaching a time frame to it, but I am concerned that we can't give parents some reassurance that our phases have a more direct timeline so that they can plan their lives around them. I am moved by the many parents who spoke about their need to be working families and how they're going to try to manage this regardless of it. So it is the best option that we could come up with from an economic standpoint as well as a learning standpoint. It is by no means a perfect option. As the superintendent has said, there are not many good options. So I'm in support of it, but I would hope that as we move along, we can be more mindful of the need to try to determine when one phase will begin and one phase will end and one phase will begin. I do keep an eye on the numbers, and we are in a low infection rate phase right now. Not no infection, but low infection, and we have been for quite some time. So I am mindful of the parents who have reminded us that we might be able to be a little more flexible in the months to come, but we won't know that right away. So I'm just hoping that we keep our eye on that particular fact as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that very much. I actually want to give the superintendent a chance to comment, and then I do have a number of questions that I haven't asked yet, so I'd like to go to those after.
I just want to agree with everything the mayor said. I think that the chair and I had a conversation previous to this meeting, and you know, that's actually very important to me. I think just speaking broadly, the original proposal I brought forward said 2 weeks between the first phase and the second. Some committee members expressed real concern that that was not enough time to see if there was adequate stability in one phase before moving to the next. I think that the solution of having regular school committee meetings will give a built-in checkpoint for both members of the community and for the school committee and for public health data in real time. But keep in mind, as we've said, and we said this before, so it just bears repeating here, because we're not just reacting to low community spread, there are other pieces that have to do with the funding and very specific facilities actions that need to happen. So I plan to come back to this committee and recommend moving into in-person learning as soon as we have two things. One, HV.
Froze again. It might come back. It's hard to tell. I know that the piece that superintendent was just going to mention is the HVAC piece. And I want to just cover that. I think I can cover a little bit of it, although some of my questions actually relate to this. So we received guidance from the state regarding the HVAC equipment, that is the heating and heating units and air circulation units that we have in our schools. The specific company that makes those units has told every school that has them installed across the world that they are not liable if you make any changes to those systems and without following a specific process that they have outlined. And those systems are designed to save energy, but the way that they do that saving of energy is by recirculating air through the buildings. And we know that that specifically increases the danger of COVID contraction when people are in these indoor spaces. So the process that was outlined by the state is that we need to do a study, an engineering study basically, of what it would take to re-engineer these systems to be less dangerous for the folks who would be in these buildings for any extended period of time. And we actually, as a city, I believe, started this process only to learn a couple weeks after we had started this process that the vendor that we were planning to work with or were already working with was not on the state's approved list of vendors. And so we basically had to start back at square one. But this is a liability issue for the district for sure. We are aware of these things, and we need to take these precautions. And I want to also point out to folks who are still listening on the meeting that just 2 or 3 days ago, the state, the Baker administration, and DESE released guidance that basically ignored this previous guidance about the danger of the HVAC systems in favor of just saying if you have a low rate of contraction of the virus in your community, you should be opening in person. But no mention of these regulations they'd already put out there. So I know the HVAC piece is another piece, is one piece of this. And I'm not sure what else the superintendent was going to mention when she comes back. She can address that for you, Mayor Wiedegartner. Did you have other questions or comments you wanted to make?
No.
Okay.
I
So we'll
do.
have her follow up with you when she comes back.
I do.
Who is that? Katie? Member Karen?
No,
Member Ekstrom? Go ahead.
So, as Amy mentioned, I'm on vacation. We're on week 2 in the Cape. The kids and I are in a camper. My husband's back at home. I wanted to say that I think in Western Mass, and particularly Franklin County, we've been really good about staying away from each other. And there is a little bit of paranoia, and we've all been really good at following directions. Here on the Cape, that is not the case. I have spent a great deal of time sort of talking myself back from the ledge, not very well. We haven't gone to beaches. We have a couple times, but we did a couple drive-bys today because everyone is a little bit more close than they are in Western Mass. Everyone is a little bit more relaxed with following rules. They're not wearing their masks, or they're wearing their masks on their neck. It just freaks me out. There's a lot of people in a small space. And so what I want to say is that even though we have done really well sort of in our community and in Western Mass, that isn't the case everywhere. And to make a wholesale judgment of, oh, you guys, y'all have been staying far apart and you're in the white zone or the green zone or whatever zone we're in, means that it's going to be okay when we go back to being in our regular standard programming. I don't think that will be the case. I would like to be wrong. I don't think I am, though. So when I think about how everyone is doing so well, yeah, it's because we're not spending any time together, because we're all being really diligent about not standing on top of each other and being literally, on top of each other is freaking me out. So as much as I'd like to believe that, I don't think our going back to school, regardless of the cost, full-time, in person, standing next to each other and like kids wiping their noses on their sleeves and then on my pants or anything like that, I don't think that's going to be happening. I thought it was before, and then I kind of pulled back from that. And then having been in here, and I love the Cape, I'd move here tomorrow, but people forget, and it's not intentional, but you can see that people forget what they're supposed to be doing. They don't follow directions, and which I don't follow directions, so I get it, but it's not as easy as we're doing really well in our section of the state. That's great. How's everyone else doing as well? And I think when we get more people together, it's going to be a bigger thing. I'd be thrilled to be wrong. That's all.
I have a comment.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Johnson-Musad, go ahead.
I just think it's important when we have these discussions to take a step back and look at the big picture, which is that this country in some ways was best poised to be able to do something about this. We have one of the most advanced public health systems in the world, and we're the richest country in the world. And we've really failed because we haven't had a national response. And that is a lot of why we're having the particular discussion that we're having right now. What we needed was a Manhattan Project style, Apollo trip to the moon style ambition, effort on part of the country with accompanying funding for schools. The fact that dollars are in any way playing a role in our decision to go to remote instead of hybrid or fully in person, it makes absolutely no sense when there are billionaires who are have been making so much more money since this pandemic began, and then they're getting in on it more by grifting off of these programs that are supposed to help small businesses and end up benefiting the already rich. So I just think it's important for us to keep that picture in our mind, that this is a bigger systemic problem than we're able to address on this tiny level. And I so appreciate the heroic efforts of of the group that came up with this plan. It's remarkable, and I think the fact that Member Karen was able to jump in and speak to it showed the level of involvement of our school committee and of everybody who made presentations today. Like, I'm just so appreciative of what you've done on a very tight timeline with very few resources and conflicting messages from the state, et cetera. So, I mean, the only question that's kind of still in my mind is whether the committee gave any thought to having a particular timeline for starting with the remote. For example, I think some school systems have said, at least for the first 30 days, we're going to be remote. Or is the situation so much in flux that the committee didn't think it made sense to put any timelines on it? I just figure, and I guess the other place my mind is going is that people have mentioned that these are terrible choices to have to make. And I think for some of us, myself included, who benefit from so many privileges, it's really hard to imagine the tough spot we're going to be putting some families in this fall, ruining careers, in particular of women. So anyway, I think I forgot to set my own timer. I'm supposed to manage the time that members spend speaking. I probably have talked too long, but thank you for listening. And I hope that it's helpful at some points to kind of take a step back and look at the big picture.
I can quickly answer.
Go ahead.
I can quickly answer Member Johnson's question about the timelines. I'm not sure Jordana has made it back on yet.
Sorry, I don't see her back on the line.
We did discuss them, and it really did come to, it felt really far away for now that school's not starting until September 17th to make a really strong definitive answer about how long each phase would be. That was really difficult to do because what are we, 6 weeks away from that? No, not even anymore. It's a month away. Goodness, the time has gone. So we did talk about it, and our initial response, as was at the first meeting when we talked about this, was 2 weeks of remote learning, and then, step one phase in, because if everybody's remote learning, there's not a lot of transmission risk. And then how long each phase after that lasts may be a little bit more sticking point. But again, a lot of this stuff, a lot of these plans, a lot of these schedules, a lot of this drafts actually still needs to be negotiated, and phase length may be part of that negotiation process. I'm not sure. But so there's sort of a moving target, but I hear and respect that we do need to have a public list of criteria so that people understand what we're looking for, what we need to have ready to make the next step. Not just, well, when we think it's safe. No, I think we need to work on that piece. And I think that the next step for the committee is to start maybe figuring out those guidelines. They've been given to us by other people, to some extent by the Board of Health, et cetera. But I think that is an important next piece.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Karen. So I'm going to jump in because I have some questions. I'm going to ask folks to mute themselves because I'm getting interference again. I have some questions that I feel like are pretty basic, but I don't feel like there's been enough attention. So, and I don't see Member Karen that Superintendent Harper is back on with us yet. So I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot, and I don't know if Mike Kucheski is on the line or not. I'm wondering about athletics, and I didn't hear anything mentioned. What's going on with fall sports?
Is Mike still on? Mike, you there? The last I heard, I believe it was today or yesterday, the MIA committee, I think it was the athletic trainer committee, I'm not sure, I'm not quoting from a fully educated place on what committee voted, to
That's
push
fine.
the possible start date back to what would be the first day of school. So they had originally voted that sports could possibly start on September 14th. which would have been 2 weeks after school started, approximately across the state. And the other day they voted to push that back to September 16th, since at the moment school can't start before, well, that's when the latest we're supposed to start by, I should say. They did sort of vote on what captain's practices and stuff. It was a little unclear to me in the article, something about you could have double sessions, but only on the weekends and stuff like that. So that might be a really good email to send to Mike, but the last I knew that they cannot start before September 16th.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple other of, I think are kind of scheduling questions. And I'm hoping you can just help me make sure I have this right in my head. So July, we were told, I think early July or very late June, we were told you've got to submit your plans by August 10th. And that was Monday. And what happened that now that date is Friday, right? That date is the 14th. So did the state just say, oh yeah, we're going to give you some more time? Is that right?
I believe that that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
I know that some people had initially applied for a waiver asking for more time.
Okay.
I don't believe that we had to apply for that waiver. I believe that they pushed the date back because they asked to submit draft plans by July 31st.
Oh.
And they haven't really gotten back to many districts about what they thought about those plans.
Okay.
So I believe they pushed it back, also knowing that they were planning to release some more updated HVAC stuff and the metrics they released yesterday. I think that they also felt like they hadn't released enough information, but I don't know. And Jordana's back, so she can answer better than me.
I don't know, Superintendent Harper, if you heard my question or not.
I did, and Katie answered it beautifully.
Okay. So I'm going to get into the weeds, I think, a little bit more, or maybe it's more just detail stuff I want to make sure that I'm clear on, because if I have questions as chair,
yes,
I know that the people who are out there listening to this and trying to make sense of everything also have questions. Okay. The first day of school, right now it is scheduled to be September 16. Is that the right date?
The reason you don't know is because we haven't gotten word on the waiver. So the requirement
let me say
changed
one more
from
thing.
180 days. Go ahead.
So we applied for a waiver to actually make it one day later than that, right? September 17th.
Correct.
Because the DESE said, hey, you know what? It's a pandemic. You can go to school just 170 days this year instead of 180. And with those 10 days that they're basically deducting from the in-person classroom schedule for students, the staff get professional development days to get prepared for whatever is going to be implemented at the district level. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we figured that out at the last meeting, and if we were going to take advantage of those 10 full days, it would bring us to September 17. But of course, the state said, if you're going to be later than September 16, you got to apply for a waiver. Right. Am I getting all of that right?
You got it.
So right now, our first day of school is September 16 for students. And if we get the waiver approved, it will be moved again to September 17.
Correct.
Okay. I want to make sure for myself that that was correct. And I also want to make sure that that gets heard as a part of this meeting, because I think that more than anything, probably the parents who are still listening, God bless them all, at 9:09 p.m. are wondering about those basic details. All right, so now, Superintendent Harper, I have one more question. The mayor actually already asked about this, and I think you were starting to answer, and that's when you froze up. I am just dumbfounded about the HVAC stuff. And it seems to me like the state said, you've got to do all of these things to your HVAC system in every building, or it's really not safe for occupancy. Is that correct? Is that basically what that guidance said?
So our guidance that was released at the end of July talked a lot about facilities air exchange, and making adjustments. I think that came in on a Friday night. My memory of that particular one is that it came in like midnight on a Friday. And by the Saturday morning, our facilities director, myself, George Vandelinder from the Cityside DPW, were already in communication about it and working on it. There is a level of complexity to that. And I was the first to admit this is not my area of expertise. So I'm quick to pull in the folks that this is their bread and butter and they know the most about it. And so George made a number of recommendations. The system in the high school is very advanced. It's a Siemens system. It's all monitored electronically, and it's a very good system in terms of energy efficiency. The folks that operate that system can only take changes to that system by qualified personnel, which means that you have to actually have particular criteria just to tell them to make a change to the system, not to do it yourself. And so our folks actually have to bring in independent outside people to do an analysis, to have the appropriate credentials to tell them which air exchange rate to go through. And how to do it without breaking.
It's an engineering study, basically, right?
Basically.
Engineering study.
Yeah, but you have to be able to pull in the most air
you.
possible without ruining the equipment, because if you make the wrong air exchange, you're going to destroy very costly equipment. And
and I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
Because while you were disconnected, I actually answered this, and so I want to just back up about the HVAC stuff specifically and make sure I have the timeline right so I can understand what the crazy that we're dealing with related to this. They released guidance, you said, at the end of July on HVAC systems, like very end of July, right? Last week of July for sure. And then we are now at August 12th, and already they've required all of that. We started the study and they said, oh, this is our approved list of vendors. And we had to start over again because whoever we chose wasn't on the approved list of vendors or something like that. It doesn't have to be totally accurate. So what the heck happened with all of this guideline around HVAC to now come out yesterday, the governor and the commissioner of education to say, here's a map, and if your city or your town is this color on this map, you should be opening in person. Do those HVAC things were all the regulations around fixing those systems to make it safe to occupy the building, were those made up, or did they just ignore those regulations? Do you understand what's happening there? Because I don't.
I can't tell if you really want my opinion or if it's a bit rhetorical, but here's what I'll say.
It's both. It is a bit rhetorical for the folks at home or for the folks in the back. Is that what the thing is? Louder for the people in the back. But I would like you to I want someone besides me to rant and give an opinion about this.
All right.
Here's what I would say.
What's
Go ahead, Superintendent Harper. Go ahead.
What I will say is that when we submit our final documents, I have to certify to the Department of Ed that we're meeting the requirements, including the facilities guidelines. And if that means we have to hire additional steps to ensure that, then that's what we have to do. I think speaking not from there's so many parts of this. One is compliance and what do we have to do? And we get very focused, especially with the committee. It's very procedural. We get focused around what do we have to do and when do we have to do it by? And that's what we usually talk about. That's not necessarily what keeps us up at night. I think what keeps us up at night as educators is, would I send my child to that environment? And I think when you can answer the question yes, then you're prepared to do it, right? If you feel like there's good air, sorry for the dog in the background, when there's good air exchange, when there's conditions that are reasonable, then absolutely we want to bring children and staff into safe and healthy environments because we know in-person instruction is better. It just is. That's what we do. So we want to take the steps so that we can bring students back and so that we can feel reasonably confident that not just the students, not just the staff, but the community are in a good space because of that action we've taken. And so that's what we want to do, and we want to do it as quickly as possible. That's why we got right on it. And we also were doing this work before they came out with those guidelines. But the knowledge of the virus is evolving too. So if you think back to March, everybody was talking a lot about hand washing and surfaces. And while we're still doing those things, we know that there's a lot more information through the health community about possible routes of transmission and aerosolized viruses, and that air exchange is very important. So we have to pay attention to the data, which changes. And this is something that's changing all the time. We're not medical experts. We have to take expert advice from the health community, and we have to act on it as best we can. And we're trying to do that all in real time. And so for most of us, it means we're working around the clock to try to do right by kids and right by parents and right by staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I did
Just
briefly see something.
Just to make a snarky follow-up on that.
Please.
I don't understand how it is that we can have only 25 people in a space, but we can reopen school.
Right. I mean, yes, exactly. That's even more pointed in terms of an example of trying to meet the guidelines and then hearing the noise from the governor and the secretary of DESE, the commissioner of DESE, that we need to be opening. So I appreciate that. I probably shouldn't have been so verbose about HVAC when we could have just talked about that. Thank you, Member Ekstrom. I did notice that Coach Kaczewski is down back on the line, and I wanted to just ask again, now that he's with us, about athletics. And if he could give us, I'm sure there are people following the meeting or listening to this recorded who want to know what's going on with athletics. And Coach, if you would be so kind as to give us kind of an overview of what you know, that would be helpful.
Well, pretty much the same thing that you know is what I know. We're kind of waiting for direction from the MIAA, and they're waiting for direction from the governor's office and DESE. I have a district athletic committee meeting tomorrow morning, which we're going to talk about a lot of different things. But my gut feeling is that we're proceeding on as it's going. And right now, the start date for fall sports is September 16th. They pushed that to coincide with the dates of start of school. There's right now, the governor has put 4 levels, I believe, on the sports, level 1, 2, 3, and 4. The non-contact sports are basically level 1, and the contact sports are level 4. And right now we're about a level 2 with the summer stuff. They really haven't put the levels on the fall sports, but I'm kind of going by those levels for the fall. We're going to have something. We need to have something. We have close to 60% of our students that are participating in some type of athletics. We need to have some type of band. We have to have some type of chorus. We have to have some type of clubs just to get some type of interaction with these kids, because I've got 2 of them and they're going crazy, not having this stuff. And I just see how much it's needed within our school system. Our students they need to be together somehow, and this would be a great way to do it because of the fact of the social distancing aspect of being outside. We can be able to. Our coaches are going to be taking the NFHSA social distancing class that they put out, so they know how to deal with the COVID, that they know how to deal with the social distancing. And to be honest with you, our kids are ready for that. They're sick and tired of saying no, they can't do that, and they want to. They're getting ready to go. And I'm fielding questions every day and basically saying some of the same things that a lot of you are saying. Please be patient with us. It's a work in progress. We haven't forgot about you. So that's basically where we're at. It's as this deadline comes with DESE, with all our plans and things. I think the next step will be the MIA making some type of decision probably by the end of next week.
And I just want to
thank you.
who served on
Superintendent,
the
yep.
I just want to acknowledge Coach K, who served on our reopening committee, because athletics are a really important part of this, and we really want to keep that focus. Thank you, Coach.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been great to be on the great team.
I love it. I love it. Okay, my questions are exhausted, so I would look
Wait,
to any
I
other
want to ask
further
Coach a
questions or
question.
comments from the school committee. Please.
Me.
Please,
So
go ahead. Go
what
ahead.
exactly is a non-contact sport?
Baseball, softball, cross country, golf, tennis. What else do we do? Those are all level 1 sports. The level 2 sports are like field hockey, soccer. Yeah, and what else? There's a couple other things. I don't have the paper in front of me, but the contact sports, as we all know, are lacrosse, football, where there is a lot of one-on-one interaction.
How's baseball not contact?
Say it again.
How's baseball non-contact?
It's a level 2. It's somewhat of a contact with the ball, but
Okay.
there's enough ability to be able to do social distancing.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. Any further questions or comments from the school committee?
Yes.
Member Hollins, go ahead.
We haven't talked about whether we can staff the schools going back to school. I know there was a request for personnel that had great anxiety or medical issues to let you know. But I've heard, we received one letter from a teacher saying, and I've heard from other people that for some people it's terrifying. And I've even heard some people, not in Greenfield, but other places, comment that they would resign before going in. And I'm just curious what your sense is of being able to staff the school if we did return, or whether those people would be able to stay with the remote option that we would keep in any event. Thank you.
Superintendent Harper.
So I'll say that we have a fair number of documented medical requests that have already come forward. I won't get into the particulars of that for obvious reasons, as it's related to personnel. But when I say these, this is not somebody saying, I don't really feel like coming to work. This is somebody's physician documenting after following a patient about immunosuppressing condition, chronic conditions, reason that people are unable to report in a physical building. In most cases, but not all, those people are able to work remotely, and that is a reasonable accommodation, but we take those on a case-by-case basis. We work with legal counsel when we have to. We work with the association, and we look closely at what assignments can be reasonably made that still serve students. This is not somebody saying, this isn't a get out of jail free card. I think there's a lot of people that have a general misunderstanding of the teachers don't want to go back to work. If you go back to data about what the spring looked like, most of our teachers said they worked a lot more hours than they ever have before. They didn't necessarily think it was the most effective, but they worked a lot of hours. So generally when people work a lot of hours, they're not quick to do it again unless they feel that there's a reason to do it. And so that's something that has come up. I would have some concerns that if we return to an in-person or hybrid model, I would expect that those certifications from physicians might increase as people are aware of the fact that they will in fact be returning to an in-person. I mean, right now, some people have said to me, I've been in communication with my doctor. I hadn't gotten the note yet because I wasn't sure if I would need to. There's a lot of background, Member Hollins, just so you know. But they stopped short of that if there was going to be an indication by the committee that they could work remotely. So I do think that this is a consideration, and I think that in any in-person model, including the limited number of students that we're recommending bringing back in a remote plus, if we go to that, substitutes are going to be an issue. Most of the remote plus options require some staff to be in the building. We are putting that forward because we believe that there are people that are healthy, that are able to do this, that are comfortable with that, and we're moving that forward. But again, this remains to be collective bargained. I got a resignation from somebody today who said, I love this district, I love working here. I have immune issues and I'm taking care of somebody at home and I cannot do my job. So for a variety of personal reasons, people are making the choices that are best for their family. Obviously, we encourage them to take advantage of the federal leaves that are protected. People can take advantage of those. There is some leave available under different exemptions related to the CARES Act and the federal leaves that are available, and there are collective bargaining leaves. So if anybody's out there and listening and you're not sure what to do, we encourage you to be in communication with myself, with your union, think it over. We're trying to work with folks. Mostly we're trying to staff our safe reopening for our students and match people up. If I can teach remotely and somebody else can't, I'm going to obviously work with students remotely. If that's a strength of mine, I'm going to learn about everything I can about remote learning so I can be as effective as possible.
Thank you. I don't have any thought that people are whimsical about this. I was talking about whether we can staff the schools based on ADA guidelines. And my
I wasn't
other
at all
question,
saying that you were, Member Hollins, at all. I apologize. That's a comment I've heard in the community, and I did want to sort of debunk it. I was not referring to it.
okay, thank you. My other question is whether or not we have to purchase any outdoor tents. Maybe you mentioned that in the discussion, or anything that relates to outdoor purchases. Thank you.
Yes, we've invested quite a lot in outdoor instructional spaces. We costed out both purchasing tents and pavilions. Purchasing pavilions comes out on the order of $600,000 and installing them. I think that there's some merit there, maybe not on that scale, but at a further time, it's not feasible in the short term. We looked at purchasing tents outright, and that also is prohibitive, and you need a lot of sort of know-how and staffing to keep them up and maintain them after New England weather. So we are actually renting tents through the duration of September, October, November, through the end of the Thanksgiving break, anticipating that after that, weather in New England becomes more unpredictable anyway, and trying to really use the outdoor time while weather is good. Again, installing Wi-Fi, and we've purchased picnic tables that are industrial strength in coordination with the rec department, who does a lot of this type of purchasing for outdoor structures so they can be last long-term and a good investment that can be used throughout the city.
Thank you.
Jordana, may I jump in quickly?
Go ahead. Member Ekstrom, go ahead.
So during the budget committee meeting, we had talked about a lot of community members offering assistance and wanting to help. And what we realized is, not realized, said out loud, insurance is difficult if you don't buy things that mean specific specs. So if I wanted to go build a picnic table in my backyard and bring it over to the school, it wouldn't meet necessarily the requirements included for insurance. And so therefore, as wonderful and as giving as this community is, we can't donate necessarily at the start. If we need additional assistance, then we can donate. I know that sounds crazy. Being a budget person, working in nonprofits, it's just, that sounds crazy to me, but it is the way it is. And I had some other colorful words, and I suggest you listen to the budget committee meeting.
That's enough said there. Yes, go ahead.
So there you go.
Any further questions or comments from the school committee?
This is Katie. I would like a chance to speak.
Please go ahead, Member Karen.
So earlier, I presented the plan, but I didn't necessarily give an opinion on it. And I'm going to vote for this motion, but this has been an extremely heavy decision for all of us. It's a really heavy decision. We've been thinking about it. I don't think it's left my mind in months. And I really appreciate the community members who are speaking up, who are reaching out, who are asking questions, and trying to understand why we're leaning towards the decision of this, why we're making these decisions. None of it is made lightly. None of it is easy. And none of it is what we thought we would be doing right now. Not in my life as a mother of 4, and certainly not as a school committee member. I want the kids to be able to go back to a hybrid plan. I want them to. I cannot get there safely and financially. And I think that maybe this is a soapbox and I shouldn't be saying it at the moment, but I think that people need to start directing their attention to the governor and the commissioner who have said blase, like, why wouldn't the schools open tomorrow, after they've released 350 pages and more of guidance on how we should open and provided little to no funding and no idea what our funding will be in October to get it done. Not one of them has come out to Western Mass. They have not toured a school. They have not gone and looked in our classrooms. We have buildings that don't have AC, that windows open a little bit, and we put them in the classroom with fans. But guess what? We can't put fans in right now, and we can't imagine any age child sitting in an unair conditioned 90-degree room wearing a mask for 6 hours a day. These aren't just, well, it's easier to go remote, because trust me, it's not. But I really hope that people hear. I was just one tiny member of the team that worked on this, and it was hours, and I was constantly impressed by the creativity, the compassion, empathy, and caring the educators and staff in our district have for our community, not just our students, not just the teachers, not just the educators, but the whole community, because opening the schools is not just making kids might get sick. It's not even just making educators get sick. It is making an entire community at risk. And I can't be more proud of the hard work that's been done. I'm okay with people being mad at the decision that we make. That's okay. We might not agree on the right way to do this. I really hope that even when they're mad at the decision that's been made, they can stop and appreciate the incredible amount of work being done daily, hourly changes, minute changes to get your kids, get our community as safe as possible. The financial implications of opening the school with no thought to how we're going to pay for it isn't just, oh, well, our budget's going to be tight. No, it's going to destroy our local economy. It's going to destroy it. And at the same time, it's going to destroy the state economy if every school system in the district has to go into receivership. It's not a good plan. It's not an economically sound plan. People already feel the squeeze of economics. I get it. I have lost every job I had due to this pandemic. I have no jobs anymore. And I hear you. But this is the best decision we can make at this moment with the information we have. And I'm really proud to work with this team.
Member Karen, I don't think any of us could have said it as eloquently as you just did, knowing how we've approached this and having talked to folks over the weeks that we've been and months that we've been addressing these questions and these problems for the district. I would like to move to a vote, but I will certainly entertain any last questions from a school committee member. Okay, the recording secretary Farber, if you would be so kind as to unmute yourself and read the motion that we are voting on.
I'm getting there.
Take your time. Thank you.
It's many pages of notes ahead. Yes, here we go. That the school committee adopt the remote plus option to start the 2020-2021 academic year and affirm our other two plans for hybrid and in-person learning.
Thank you. Member Johnson-Musad, would you do a roll call vote for us, please?
Member Karen?
Yes.
Member Ekstrom?
Yes.
Member Hollins?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Prayati?
Yes.
Member Wall?
Yes.
Mayor Wiedegardner? Mayor Wiedegardner, you're on mute or away from your computer.
Looks like she's on mute. We'll just move ahead.
Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you all. Excellent work. And with that is agenda item A. We're going to move right now into agenda item B, AEL tuition for fiscal year 21. I would
Chair
direct them.
Prayati, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
There was another half of your motion of your.
Oh, thank you. You're so right. Thank you so much. Okay, so we did adopt a friendly amendment to move to actually separate two motions. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. And so we do need a second motion in order to close this out. And I would actually like to do the same as I did previously, which is actually state what we're looking for and then move forward, although that's not the normal practice for the chair, blah, blah, blah. So I move that the school committee adopt a plan for meetings scheduled every 2 weeks until such time as the GPS district is in a stable learning plan or our pandemic response is no longer required, whichever comes first.
Second.
That's a second from Member Wall. And discussion.
Let's do that.
And I would start with the added detail of we have already been in, well, I mean, prior to the pandemic, we had so much business we had to address. We were almost in this every 2 week schedule, even from January. I've lost track of how many meetings we've had, but in 8 months, it's literally in the dozens, I believe now. We already have a meeting scheduled. We met 2 weeks ago. We have a meeting scheduled for Monday, August 31. And that meeting, don't quote me on the time. I believe we haven't set a time for that yet, but we may want to actually amend this motion to do a 6 p.m. start time for these special meetings. I'm wondering if, actually, I can probably amend my motion on my own because it's my motion. So a schedule every 2 weeks, 6 p.m. start, but the day of the week isn't certain. The day of the week might vary. So it would say the motion would be put a plan in place for the school committee to meet on a schedule every 2 weeks at 6 p.m. until such time as the district is in a stable learning plan or our pandemic response is no longer required, whichever comes first. I guess we can just move forward with discussion on that.
Actually, whoever seconded just needs to.
Oh, right.
Okay, I second it again.
Thank you. I'm not a fan of the 6:30 start, but Member Johnson Musad reminded me some time ago that that's actually like a set time for school committee to start on the Wednesdays, the second Wednesday of the month when we regularly meet. So for now, I'd like to say if we're having special meetings that we start at 6 p.m. That's the only adjustment to that. So do we have further discussion?
Yeah, I'm just curious, and I see the superintendent wants to speak as well, but I'm just curious what happens to the regular second Wednesday meetings with this. Do we try to keep those there, or do we just go to an every other week schedule?
Absolutely, that would be part of the schedule. So we would assume our regularly scheduled meeting, we don't need to throw everybody off, and then just add in others as we can. The reality for scheduling those meetings is literally there's childcare issues and other commitments related to the school committee members having responsibilities with other meetings that might conflict. So that's why we can't always have them on Wednesdays. Other questions or discussion? Superintendent Harper, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to note that because the day may vary, your motion says every 2 weeks. If you meet on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday and it ends up being 15 days instead of 14 days, you just may want to consider it is approximately every 2 weeks or on a schedule. The intent is to have regular and additional meetings, but I don't want to run afoul of the vote of the committee if it's the next day or the day earlier.
So noted.
Dear God, Robert's rules.
Yes, approximately every 2 weeks. Approximately every 2 weeks. Friendly amendment. Member Wall, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Yes, I
Excellent.
seconded it again.
Thank you. Further discussion from the school committee.
Do we just make it? We're going to meet a lot. The meeting will start at 6.
Friendly amendment, we're going to meet. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to make that the motion.
Okay.
Could we?
God, Glenn wants that to be the motion.
No, what I want is, I want all the meetings to start at 6. I don't want to have to try to remember, 3 out of the, 2 out of 4 meet. One meets at 6, one meets at 6:30.
I would, so noted, I would happily entertain a motion to actually add, okay, so a friendly amendment to also change, Susan Farber is going to really, really not like me
We could do that
after
as a separate, we could do that as a separate motion, just quickly when this is.
Just quickly after, okay.
So all the meetings of the full school committee are going to start at 6.
Yeah, friendly amendment to that. Member Wall, do you agree?
Yes.
And Susan Farber, do you have what you need in terms of a motion so that we can move to a vote?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Member Johnson Musad, would you go ahead and do a roll call vote, please?
Member Karen.
Yes.
Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Member Hollins.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Pro-Yeti.
Yes.
Member Wall.
Yes.
Mayor Wiedegardner. All who are able to vote voted aye.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay.
For all of you, all those of you in TV land, sorry. This is how boring it is.
Right? This is how boring it is. I'm actually trying, we're going to move right into the last motion and then we're going to finally get to the second agenda item. But I want to actually start a contest. I can't tell who is hotter right now, you or me, in terms of temperature hot, because I'm about ready to wipe my face with a towel.
Yeah, I've got the air
let's move
conditioning
on.
going too, so.
I do too, but it's not reaching this room. That's for sure. So let's move forward. A motion to change the regular school committee meeting start date or start time for all regular school committee meetings to 6 p.m.
So moved.
Do I have a second? And that,
Second.
okay, so I have a motion from member Johnson Musad and a second from member Ekstrom. Any discussion on that?
Comment?
Please, member Hollins, go ahead.
We have a policy on this, so can the motion include updating our policy?
The friendly amendment is accepted. We will update the policy as well.
May I ask a question?
Superintendent Harper, go ahead.
Sorry. Is the intent of this motion during this period of time that there's the 2 weeks so that they're all consistent as was discussed, or just that they always be at 6?
The intent of my motion is that they always be at 6.
Okay, so I just want to.
There is clearly, and it's a pandemic, so I really don't care that people have know that my ulterior motive is 6 is late enough to get started. The 6:30 is going to put me in an early grave if the pandemic didn't already.
Thank you for clarifying the intent of the motion.
Sure.
If it gets crazy, I imagine we'll change.
Yeah. So we'll, friendly amendment to update the policy is accepted as well. Any further discussion? Member Johnson Musad, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Member Karen.
Yes.
Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Member Hollins.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Pro-Yeti.
Yes.
Member Wall,
Yes.
Mayor Wiedegardner. All who voted aye.
Excellent. Thank you all for that. I don't know if Lauren Rice is still on the line. She likely is not. But Superintendent Harper, if you would be so kind as to have Lauren from your office actually notify the city that we've changed the start time, because I think that's something they actually keep track of.
And do.
Thank you. Okay. I think it's official. I think we're actually moving into agenda item B at this time. And I really am hoping that this will be a rather quick item. The school committee members, as well as the public, if you've downloaded the materials or are reviewing the materials online, have an Academy of Early Learning tuition proposal for fiscal year 21 AEL tuition, which is agenda item B. It is literally 2 sentences. If you have not already done so, would you please take 30 seconds right now to review that portion of the packet? And then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move the AEL tuition proposal as outlined in the materials for tonight's meeting be adopted as written.
Motion on the table and a motion from member Johnson Musad and a second from member Ekstrom. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, member Hollins.
Well, with a tuition motion, you really need to say what you're doing. Are you increasing it, decreasing it? And I think that proposal was, I think if you say just to as written, it doesn't leave a record of what we decided. That's one. But my comment has to do with budget. One of the comments that Jean Wall made in the subcommittee meeting is, what's the cost of this going to be? My last figuring was that for parents that are paying, that are not our responsibility, but to fund and are paying tuition, that we are subsidizing that with education funding. It takes a while to figure it out, but my guess was around $6,000. And the conversation was that the staff wouldn't be reduced, that the number of staff would be the same. So if the cost isn't going to go down and we're cutting the tuition in half, it means for this category, we have 3 categories of preschool children, special ed, and parents who pay no funding at all, that's our choice to serve for different reasons, and then parents that are paying tuition. But if we cut the tuition in half for the paying parents and we don't reduce the staff, it means that even more funding is going to subsidize this program. And I think the comment that we need to see a budget and to know what this means when we're already short of funding should come before a vote to act on it, because we don't know what kind of new cost we're going to have to absorb from our K-12 program. So I agree with the budget subcommittee comment that we need to see a budget and to see what the impact is going to be on our funding before we can make a reasoned decision about this.
Thank you, member Hollins. Member Johnson Musad, did you have a comment about that? Did you want to accept a friendly amendment?
I didn't hear a request for a friendly amendment, so no.
Okay. I would request a friendly amendment to the proposal based on member Holland's comments that we move that the AEL tuition proposal indicating or requesting a 50% reduction in tuition charges for half-day and full-day students while remote learning is happening be added as a friendly amendment.
Accept the amendment.
And the person, member Ekstrom, you seconded. Do you accept that? Member Ekstrom, are you still with us? I don't see her. I don't see her on the line.
I see her, but I see that she's muted.
I think she was using a different way to call in for audio.
Yeah, I was trying to do a thing.
Do you
Anyway,
accept the friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay.
Comment, question?
Member Hollins, go ahead.
Could someone tell us what the impact of this will be for our school budget?
Yes,
So-
that's just what I was going to ask, actually. Andy?
Yep, and I'm wondering if Andy Paquette is on the line from TMS, if he could have if he has anything to add here.
I am here, and based on the discussion at the subcommittee meeting, I thought we were waiting on, because in order to impact and do the analysis, we would need to know enrollment numbers or projected enrollment numbers, and we don't have that yet. I will say, though, however, in the budget documents that were left for me, and what is projected as of right now, the beginning of this fiscal year, the revolving account for the AEL program is starting with $63,213, and there was no anticipated use for that in the budget document. So there is another funding source that is not local appropriated money that could be used for this program.
Thanks, Andy. Superintendent Harper, I'm wondering if you have anything to add here.
So I'd like to just briefly say, we talked about this at length at the Budget and Finance Subcommittee. There's two pieces to this. One, the preschool is unique in that it's the only part of the Greenfield Public Schools where people are asked to pay tuition. Obviously, we don't have an obligation to offer preschool. Member Hollins, just so you know, you can hear the mic and it's a little loud. If it's possible to mute until you're, thank you so much. It's easier to hear. So at the preschool level, we families pay tuition. It's on a sliding scale. Our students who have special needs are our obligation to provide services to them, whether that's at the preschool or somewhere else in the community. We have an obligation to meet and provide those services. So I do support this proposal to reduce the tuition by half. In the spring, we made a similar adjustment. We reduced the tuition. And I think it was really important because in the spring, we had this sort of emergency response to COVID, and we wanted to acknowledge that students were not getting full-time childcare. This year's program is much more robust, and we still have all the same expenses. This is not a cost-saving move for the district in terms of the preschool, but at the same time, these children are still going to be in our kindergarten. And for all of the same reasons that we talked about adding in-person services earlier this evening, that is not the cheapest way to do it. It's just the best way that we think we can propose in a remote model, right? It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the cheapest way. It just means if we're going to go remote, here's what we think children need. And if we're going to have a remote program at the preschool, we think our pre-K students are best served by having educators who know about early childhood, who this is their domain, who are connected to these students, who are providing live daily instruction, and who are knowledgeable and have relationships with them guiding. We don't want to say that families should just be on their own. You know, a lot of families are very good. I can see Susan Voss and part of her. Hi, Susan. Thank you for joining us. A lot of our families are doing a great job connecting with their little ones, but that doesn't mean that this is their field of experience or that they went to school for it. So we really want to make sure that we're offering ways to support our youngest learners because they're going to be in our kindergartens. And I don't see how following the same logic as what we heard for K to 12, why we would say this group of students really should be on their own, particularly at an age when their brains are developing so quickly, when every interaction with an educator can really go so far in terms of solidifying early skills. I don't know if you all want to hear from somebody at AEL or not, but obviously we do have somebody here on the line. So for those reasons, I really want to support that. Our educators are doing a great job. The tuition discount is not to reduce the value of what they're offering. In fact, we're offering a lot more in terms of supplies and live instruction. But it is to say, if I'm a parent of a student at AEL, I may still need some childcare in addition, and so we recognize that that's a pocketbook issue. and we want to keep kids connected to the preschool, even if they need to hire a high school student to provide some childcare or something else that maybe isn't as highly skilled, but it is, or a high school grad, I should say, because high schoolers are going to be busy. So that's my comment on this.
Thank you, Superintendent Harper. Any further comments or questions about
Yeah,
this?
may I follow up?
Please go ahead, Member Ekstrom.
Susan, I hear what you're saying, and absolutely valid. However, AEL is not a money-making prospect. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. For the school district, we lose money on it, and so I sort of look at it as 6 and half a dozen of the other. I'm on vacation. I'm not certain how to say it, but I think it's necessary to encourage people in the community to get their kids in preschool. And I think, yes, we're going to take a loss on it, but we take a loss on it anyway.
Member
And
Ekstrom.
while that isn't the optimal
go ahead.
choice, I think it's what we need to do.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from the school committee, please?
Follow up?
Member Hollins, go ahead.
Yes, my issue has nothing to do with the value of preschool education whatsoever. It's just looking at our budget and all the strains on it. So first, I'd like to say it's really hard to vote on something when you don't know what the financial impact is on the budget. That's one. We've heard from teachers who have lost their jobs who are special educators, and we've heard that we need them. So I think it's just responsible to know how much this is. Secondly, we receive in state aid $4,148 for the base Chapter 70 for preschool. That's for parents who pay no tuition and for special ed children as base. We get not 1 cent of Chapter 70 to help support the children that are tuition paying. And at the meeting that I listened to, the budget committee, there was no adjustment in staffing. I don't understand how the teacher assistants will be used, and no adjustment for a preschool program that's remote. But I think it's essential to know how much more we are underwriting students that aren't our primary responsibility for funding. I'm not questioning the importance, but not having a dollar figure and then just voting it when we already have so many. Anyway, the recommendation of someone at this budget committee was, could we have a preschool budget? And I thought that was a really good recommendation, so we make an informed decision. That's all. That's what I would need to vote it, is just to know what the impact is.
Thank you, Member Hollins. Anyone else want to comment or question?
If I may, Chair, it's Andy Paquette
Please,
here.
Andy, go ahead.
I guess I want to say, I mean, I just want to kind of clarify, I guess. I'm going to say that there is a budget. It's just, I want to say, fragmented in where it's located. We have, there are paraprofessionals in the special education department and teachers for those students that we're mandated to provide. We do get funding from the 262 grant, the early education and care grant that goes towards special education paraprofessional. It's in the early childhood, the programs. And we also have, as I said, the AEL tuition component to that. So there, I just don't want the impression out there that it's, that any decision along this is, irresponsible, or that there isn't a budget. It's just in the mechanism, and it's I'm going to say a quote unquote challenge, lowercase c, struggle, lowercase s, however you want to say it, of, coming up with I'm going to say, a set budget when, there are things like, for those students that we're going to charge, we don't know what the numbers are going to be based on, unless, and at least as of right now, we don't have it. But when I look at the AEL, I'm going back to the fact that, so you've got funding sources of the local appropriation for some preschool staffing and supplies, materials. You have the 262 grant. You have the AEL tuition program, and as I said, right now there's 63,000 and change in that revolving account with nothing at all allocated to be used for FY21. So I'm feeling comfortable that even with a 50% reduction, just looking at I'll say the last times that we had been in district and what the AEL program was looking like and what was its use as far as revolving account goes and what have you and stuff, that it's I would say I feel comfortable that even not knowing necessarily, just looking at the trends in spending and tuitions, that it's comfortable to proceed with this. Also knowing, as I said, not only in the FY21 budget are there no dollars to come out of the tuition revolving account. There were no funds that were projected as even coming in.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate that perspective. Superintendent Harper, please go ahead.
I just want to kind of go through an exercise just really briefly by way of illustrating a point to folks that are less familiar with these many different revenue streams and sources. The preschool is probably one of the most complicated because in addition to grants and local funding and state aid, it's the only one that also has tuition. So there are many different types of funding that go to this program. But just as an exercise, if we said, and the committee could take this approach and some districts have. So I do want to be clear that there is a choice to be made here. If the committee wanted to take the approach that perhaps we could leverage some cost savings if the Academy of Early Learning was not operating except to meet our most minimum requirements during the time of this COVID situation. That's a position that the committee could take. If that were the case, I just want to be clear. Those commitments, unless you totally disbanded the building itself, would include some minimum criteria, such as you still need a custodian, you still need a nurse in the building, you still need special educators, you still need OT, PT, and speech services, you still need school guidance, you still need instructional assistants, just for the special education portion of the students that are our obligation. So if you think of that as being relatively fixed, because short of totally moving that model into an in-home model or some other way of doing it, despite all the investments in the playground and the parking and the building, if you don't move away from the physical building, those expenses are relatively fixed just to meet our legal obligation. Then there are students who we call typically developing students who are a really important part of that program for two reasons. One, we give them high quality educational care and they become part of our preschool that are better prepared and they get the advantage of socialization and learning at preschool. But second, they become typical peers to the students in the special education program. And there are requirements around that. And you simply do not want to have a school where students who are of significant needs are not in contact with any typically developing peers. It's not sound educational practice. It's not the model that I don't think anybody would recommend. And that's not the program that has been highly successful for over a decade at the Academy of Early Learning. So from an educational perspective, I really don't recommend that we go this route. It's one of the few places that we have some really clear agreement from everybody that spoke tonight, that we have a model in place that we feel is strong. And secondly, if you're looking just at dollars and cents, which I agree fully with Member Ekstrom that usually pre-K education doesn't look like it's a dollars and cents program. But even if you're just looking at it like that, you have fixed costs, which is money going towards this program. It's a good investment, but it looks like money going out. The tuition is a small amount of dollars back in. And so even though you're going to have to pay the salaries for the teachers working with those students, you're still essentially getting some of that in recouped funds. And if we have some families stay connected to the preschool, then we get some tuition dollars back. So yes, it's a small offset towards it, but it's some tuition dollars coming back. If we charge full tuition, my sense is that a lot of these families would say, some would say, but some might say, for full tuition without full-time childcare, that's not really something that we're in a position to do right now. And so we're really just trying to meet families in the middle, both from a financial perspective and from what's best for the child. So I just wanted to provide that context that from both the student development perspective and the financial perspective, I think there are some strong reasons to move forward with this proposal.
Can I ask just what is the dollar amount of the tuition? What is it now, and what will it be at when we cut it by 50%?
It's on a sliding scale, member Wall. I don't have the tuition schedule in front of me. I don't know if you do, Andy, but it would be 50% of what they would typically pay under that sliding scale model.
I don't. I'm looking through the documents now to see if I can find it.
We can send it
So,
to you.
so if memory serves, I could be wrong. We had collected in the past, say 20,000 a month, and it would go down to 10,000 a month.
Okay, thanks.
I absolutely could be wrong.
But the program being proposed is a half-day program. That's what I don't understand. And the staff is with 17 or whatever it is, teacher aides, is not changing. That's
Member Hollins, I think that we have addressed, first of all, that remote learning is expensive and does not require less staff. It actually may require more. And the other piece of this that I want to address is that fiscal year 21 is not a year where we are going to be looking at the budget in a way that says, does this make dollars and cents over year? We have to make adjustments in this year. And the biggest reality for our community around this tuition is that the vast majority of folks who are paying that tuition are expecting a form of childcare that is non-existent in the current model that we plan to start the school year with. And for that reason, we are offering a 50% reduction. There is no one that is on this call or has worked on this issue with the budget subcommittee, with TMS, or with the superintendent that thinks that this is a dollar for dollar connection to the budget. It's just not. Do we have any further comment from or questions from the school committee?
I would just like to say that I think it's important that the children at this age learn how to do remote learning in case this goes on for a long time. I mean, I think that it's a valuable service that we're providing for the children of Greenfield. If parents are willing to have their child attend the school without having babysitting privileges.
Thank you, Member Wall. Any further questions or comments? Member Johnson-Musad, would you do a roll call vote for us, please? Does anyone need the motion read back before we do that? Member Karen, did you have anything to add?
I'm all set. I was just getting ready to vote.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Wait.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Susan, I don't think the things that you're bringing up are invalid. And in a typical situation, I would likely be standing there holding hands with you and saying, we need to do this. Right now, we're not in a place that we can do our regular budgeting. Which isn't to say that I'm not looking at dollars. I mean, look, when the warrants come out, I am the first to pick them apart. I just think that for this piece, we need to suspend our disbelief, if you will.
Yes, she is. No, kidding.
You're welcome, Andy.
That's right. But with all, if I may interject here something,
Please go ahead.
Ekstrom and Member Hollins, I'm not saying that this isn't an exercise that I won't do. I will, once we get ideas on projected enrollments for, if at worst case scenario, even for illustrative purposes, for us to have, some sort of context. Now, quite honestly, in the age that we're in, what context that tells us, I'm not sure that even I could, hazard a guess as to what it would look like. But it will be an exercise that we take up with, budget and finance subcommittee, because honestly, that's what I thought was one of the discussions that was determined at the meeting, that, we would actually look at what it would look like, but we would also kind of have to get an idea as to what enrollment for those, once we get those numbers. So I fully intend to come back and share with the subcommittee and potentially even the full committee as a whole, as to hear, based on, all things going according to plan, this is what it is a budget for the AEL program looks like.
If I could just add one thing to that, I think earlier this week, or I'm losing track of days a little bit, but after the last committee meeting, but knowing that this tuition vote hadn't happened, the Academy of Early Learning doesn't have the authority to change tuition, nor do I. And I was very clear that it should come before the committee for a vote. So they don't have a way to say to families, here's what our program will be, and here's what the tuition will be. Could you please let us know if you're enrolled? So it's a bit circular, and that's the problem with a lot of things in this pandemic, is that people like things to be linear and go A, B, C. And in a typical budget year, that is how they should go, and that is how they do go. But in this year, we need to set the tuition and then see how people react. And then depending on how many people enroll, we'll know how many. Now we can do projections. I can say that out of whatever, 135 families, I think 5 or 7 have withdrawn. So at this point, we have strong enrollment continuing and people are interested. In other words, most people find that this is valuable to them, even if it's not full-time childcare in addition to the education that's provided. So that's worthwhile. And I think last year we had a similar number. It's about a handful that said no. Others, when we offered a tuition discount, said, I'll go ahead and pay my full tuition. And we should tell people that if they feel that they're in a position to do this and you can pay your full tuition dollars, please do that. It will go towards the sustainability of the Academy of Early Learning program, which is important to us for next year. But we also know that for the majority of families in Greenfield, that's not something that is really a place that they're coming from. And so we want people to be able to afford that.
Thank you. Further discussion, questions, comments from the school committee? Okay, I'm going to ask, we move to a vote. Member Johnson-Musad, if you would do a roll call vote, please.
Member Karen.
Yes.
Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Member Hollins.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson-Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Proietti.
Yes.
Member Wall.
Yes.
Mayor Wiedegardner. Voted aye by all who can vote.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Okay, the last agenda item for the evening is the fiscal year 20 and 21 budget update and staffing recommendations. What you have, if you're following along with the documentation, the materials for the meeting, is you do have a report that includes basically itemized budget information. And at the very end of that is a page that starts with a header called Tier 1 Immediate Need for Recall. And so I would direct you to that, as well as the budget line item information that is in that part of the materials. And Jordana or Andy or both, if you all would give us just a brief overview of where we're headed here.
So I would ask that Andy start with this. This is taking a look at those positions, not knowing what you all would vote tonight. Andy and I worked to put together a recommendation of sort of the minimum level of staffing that we would need on day one in any model. And that is what is reflected here. We do not currently have enough staff to start the year even remotely. And we do need to, now that we have some indication of level funding at last year's level, it's a number, it's a place to start. And that means that we are asking the committee, now that we have that assurance, to begin immediately the process of recall for those essential positions.
Yes. So that First, I just want to dial back quickly. The two reports prior are the FY20 as of 2 days ago and FY21. So if you look at FY20, we have an unexpended balance of just about $15,000. So, and then 21, it's, as I like to say, and as I reported to the Budget Finance Subcommittee, as the summer activity, and this summer activity being none like any other we've experienced, for all intents and purposes, we rebuild this budget from scratch, which is what we are doing. And then come time when school starts, we will come back to you with a sort of a, what I call like the line in the sand revised as close to real-time budget as possible, that we would show you the originally approved budget versus where it is the budget stands now. So that's just those two things. So here what we've done is based on the input from administration and the plans going forward, the various scenarios, the commonality, as the superintendent was saying, is the fact that these positions would be needed. So we have tallied those up based on the need for the immediate recall, and you have the amount of the $544,873. I allocated it between the two revolving accounts of choice and circuit breaker, but if you remember from the last meeting, I mean, we do have, there are other revolving accounts available to us, but just because of the nature of the positions, I kind of felt it would be easiest enough for us to identify those two revolving accounts for now as the funding sources. And I will say, as I've said before, and even when I did a training with the Greenfield, some of the members of the school committee last time, the cliche of a budget's a plan and plans change. There's nothing saying that as the year progresses, that the projection of the funds to be used could change from choice and circuit breaker to other things. Again, obviously with the caveat that we would bring it back to your attention to keep you informed as to any changes as to the projected plan. But as of right now, this is the plan we have for our recommendations for what is needed for, regardless of the plan that is determined, what would be needed for staffing.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Jordana. So I don't believe, I want to have an opportunity for discussion around the budget update. I don't believe we need a motion related to this, but I want to keep it brief and to the point. So if there are school committee questions about the budget update specifically, not about the last page of that, the staffing recommendations, I would take those now. Any questions from school committee members specifically about the budget? Okay, so we're going to move into specifically looking at that last page with the staffing recommendations. And what we're looking for in terms of a motion here so we can start discussion is that the tier 1 immediate need for recall section of that spreadsheet be adopted by the school committee this evening. That the superintendent be authorized to rehire those positions.
I move that the tier 1 positions listed in the budget report be authorized for rehire by the superintendent or designee.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Member Wall. And discussion. Member Hollins, go ahead.
Question. Andy, you said that you were going to fund this from the revolving funds. So could you talk about the revolving funds in terms of the receipts that we have for this year that we plan to use for this year and the receipts that we would normally hold over for next year? And how much of what you're saying you would use would be the receipts we would normally use next year? Because if we're digging into that, it's going to be a deficit next year. So could you clarify that?
You are, I'll say, let me say, this is cutting it close. I'll say on choice, prior to this, the estimated use of choice was $699,100. The projected receipts of school choice for this year are $521,117. We're starting the year in choice right now with $677,398. So this addition of $300,000, as I say, if you look and see, and maybe it's not clear, that it would, if this year goes according to plan, and we use the $299,415, that would bring our balance projected for June 30th, 2021 in school choice to that $200,000, where prior to this, the plan ends up being that we would have had $499,000 in the projected balance of school choice. But I'll say I think what I like to think though, as far as, we do have these specific revolving accounts, but even prior to this, amongst all the district's revolving accounts and the carryover grants that we're allowed to and have, we do have $1.6 million projected as of the end of 6/30/21. So you're correct in the fact that this plan, as of right now, would eat into specifically on the choice side, eat into like the carryover and what has been kind of the practice of the district. But I say on the global scale, the $1.6 million, is another we've got that available. So for all intents and purposes, honestly, Member Hollins, there wasn't anything stopping me from saying, okay, let's take I could be take it all from the circuit breaker, or let's split it up between circuit breaker, and let's use some more of the some of the, like, a combination of the other revolving accounts. We have the tuition revolving account that we have, so I just picked those two just because, again, as I said, the nature of the positions lent itself. But yes, in fact, you're correct. It would start to eat into the I say the choice use plan of the district. But I'm still going on the global amount of the $1.6 million available to do so.
Follow up. I understand.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that when you say we have 1.6 in revolving funds, there's about 8 different funds. They're not multi-purpose funds. And I just want everyone voting on this to understand that when we use 500,000 that traditionally would have been used next year, that's a $500,000 deficit you're going to have starting next year. That's why it's just concerning, because that's what this really means. If we go into that money that would normally be used for crafting next year's budget, you're going to have a $500,000 deficit. Thank you.
Well, and I'll follow up on that if I may.
Please go ahead.
Circuit breaker isn't guaranteed, and it's a reimbursement of money that we've already laid out. So that's another piece that's sort of in play.
Correct.
I have
Okay,
a comment.
thank you all. Please, Member Johnson-Musad, go ahead.
I guess it's just, if we think we can survive this year without doing stuff like this, like, I don't really understand what people are thinking. Like, this is an extraordinary year. I don't think we can expect budgets to proceed as normal. It's going to be weird, and we're going to dig into next year for sure. We're going to be crossing our fingers for federal aid and, all kinds of things. It's an extraordinary time. That's my only comment.
Glenn, I don't think you're wrong. And all of this makes me nervous, and I know why Susan is getting concerned or is concerned. And if I were Jordana, I would be wringing my hands, and I'm wringing my hands at the same time. I don't know what the answer is. And I don't know that Andy knows what the answer is. I don't know that anyone knows what the answer is. It's just food for thought, perhaps. I don't know. Perhaps I'm understating. But all of these points are accurate. It's crazy. We don't have enough money. We're not going to have enough money next year. However, how do we do anything now if we're not going to have any money anyway? It's remarkable and terrifying.
Yeah, it's like they've given us like a series of unsolvable Rubik's cubes, and it's like good luck, So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Superintendent Harper, did you want to comment? I saw you went off mute.
I'm thinking. I'm pondering my comments. I think I don't have anything to say at this time, except that in a way, this is not a new Let me turn on my. In a way, this is not a new problem. We've been using more in reserves than we've been spending for many years. And if I recall correctly, for the past many years that this has been an alarm that I have been sounding, people have not been that concerned about it. And there's a really good reason that we have been very cautious about spending down these reserves. And people in the public look and say, well, if you've got, a reserve, then you spend it, and that's that. And the truth is that education costs, as we've gone through excruciating detail tonight, are all moving parts. They're all people. And it's I don't want to say it's a betting situation, but if you think about the stock market, it's less about fixed costs and inputs and outputs and a lot about human behavior and what people do. And those are hard to predict. And so, one thing that we should be doing is getting our plan clearly locked in place and spending our time communicating it to the public so that everybody feels confident and assured about what we're doing, and making sure that everybody who's listening tonight knows that the school committee has just voted a plan that they have enough staff to put in place. That would be really nice. That would make my life a lot easier. Every principal is sitting at home tonight going, I hope to God they fund the positions that I need to open my building. We don't have enough people in our buildings to open them under any of the 3 models that we have spent months building. So, the problem here is that every investment is challenging in a time of economic scarcity. But if you're going to have children in remote learning, you need teachers teaching them. And if you want feedback 3 times a week from a teacher, that person has to be hired pretty darn soon. And a lot of our good people, we're really lucky that some people are still with us because they care an awful lot about Greenfield, but it's not because they didn't have opportunities over the summer. And some people have gone elsewhere for higher pay or just because there was an offer that came sooner. So while I fully appreciate, and I don't in any way minimize the importance of careful review of the spending, I'm simply going to say that if we don't have our building staff to start the year, we are certainly never going to get to the remote plus. And we will have a hard time launching even the remote learning. So I do just want to say, I would ask the committee that if you're going to endorse a model tonight, please give us the tools to do our jobs. And we are, we are responsible to the community, but we do need the tools necessary to deliver on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Harper. Any further questions, comments from the school committee or Andy or the superintendent?
I have one more comment.
Member Hollins, go ahead.
If I could have another comment.
Go ahead, please.
I've heard a couple people at the state level say that the real problem for public schools is going to be next year. And I absolutely agree that we need to have the staff. Of course, I agreed with that. It's just that if we deplete money that we would normally use to build next year's budget, we're going to get to next year, and then we're going to really be cutting. So there are some ways I think we need to renegotiate with the city. And I've been looking at the Chapter 70, and in our Chapter 70, we receive about $1,000 a child for staff benefits. And I think we need to take that data and tell the city that's the fair amount they should be keeping from Chapter 70. It's designated for that, and to keep more than that is stripping our kids of money that's coming in for their education. So
Member Hollins, I'm going to stop you right there because that's
okay,
really beyond the scope of the discussion right now. What
you're
we're
right. And so were all the comments, political comments on the last motion. So I accept that and I'll be quiet, but we're breaking our budget, non-sustainable budget for next year.
And I'm going to remind you and everyone who's listening at home, this is a pandemic. This is a crisis across all levels economically, whether you're talking about schools or you're talking about restaurants or you're talking about people that make widgets. We don't have the luxury of planning for next year right now. We have to get something done so that we have school this year for the students that we need to educate. That is our responsibility right now. Any further questions or comments from the school committee? Let's move to a vote. Member Johnson Musad, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Karen.
Yes.
Member Hollins. Oh,
I
Member
abstain.
Ekstrom, sorry.
Did you say you abstain?
Okay.
Yes.
That's as an abstention from Member Hollins.
Okay, Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Prayeti.
Yes.
Member Wall.
Yes.
Mayor Wiedegardner.
I don't think she's with us.
Carries with 5 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Okay. That is the end of the new business agenda items. We move into section 5 of the agenda, which is executive session. And we do need to go into executive session. And at this time, for both the general public and for GCTV, I do anticipate we will need to come into regular session after our executive session in order to do a public vote on what we discuss in the private executive session. And the reason for executive session, I'm going to look for a motion, is for Mass General Ledger C30A, subsections 21, exemptions number 2 and 3, which I will read now. Exemption number 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. And exemption number 3, which is to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body, and the chair so declares, which I do declare. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Member Wall has motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And let's do a roll call vote, please.
Member Karen.
Member Karen.
Vote on the executive session.
Yes.
Member Ekstrom.
Aye.
Member Hollins. Member Hollins.
I don't know if we lost her.
Okay, Secretary
Looks like she's there.
Johnson Musad, I'm a yes. Chair Prayeti.
Yes.
Member Wall.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries with 5 votes.
Okay, so we have a separate link that we will go to for the executive session, which all the school committee members have access to. We will move there now. Anyone wishing to stay on the line, we will come back after our discussion. And as I said, I do anticipate there will be a vote in public session after the executive session. And for school committee members, it is 10:33. Let's take a 5-minute break and see you in the executive session. Okay, we are back from executive session at 11:21 p.m. Still time left in the day to actually adjourn this meeting, which I would actually count as a plus for the night. We did not take any votes in the executive session that need to be recorded publicly. And so with that, I would just say to everyone who's been on the line or continuing to watch and engage with this process that we do appreciate everyone's involvement and comments and concern for how we're going to move forward here. And that with that, I would thank the school committee for all of their hard work, thank the superintendent, thank our business manager, and everyone else who's participated in moving us to this point. And then I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
I would move it if I could.
So moved. Second.
So motion from member Ekstrom with a second from member Johnson Musad, and a roll call vote, please.
Member Kieran.
Yes.
Member Ekstrom. Member Hollins.
He's here.
Secretary Johnson Musad. I'm a yes. Chair Parietti.
Yes.
Member Wall.
Yes. Hollins, yes.
Okay. We have enough votes to adjourn the meeting.
Awesome. Meeting adjourned at 11:23 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your night.